Good evening, chat. This is your host, End Commander, and if I sound exhausted, it's because I am. After I tore down last night's stream, I did a bunch of work, trying to get random stuff done, and I couldn't sleep. I managed like 4 hours, and I still can't sleep. Like, my brain is a potato. So, I could either just stare into space, or I could sit here and at least try playing some Minecraft. And one of the things I really am trying to... Hey, Carol. One of the things I'm really trying to accomplish is... I'm not going to be streaming vintage computing stuff as much as I used to. I need to be doing something else, and I think part of why my channel has been sitting in... Well, the last few months has been partially due to internet, but this was... When I was in Portland, I was having this problem as well. I did the amateur radio video because the idea of doing anything in vintage tech is just like... Unfortunately, I can't do amateur radio at the moment because my US license is no longer valid here in Greece. It was only good for 90 days. So until the Greek government actually issues me an SV call sign, I'm eligible. The nice thing is that because I upgrade my license class to amateur extra, which is the highest class in the US, and the Greek government considers that proof of adequate radio knowledge. So with the extra certification from the FCC, I am eligible for a Greek amateur radio license. I just haven't received it as yet. I've sent the paperwork in, I paid for it. It's been a month, and I haven't heard a damn thing. So, and wow, holy cow. Makel Molinsky, thank you for Seeker Supporter. It actually really does mean a lot. I was going to live stream doing more Greek, but with my brain just being a complete potato, it's not going to happen. I did finish my assignments for class, so I am effectively alt-free this weekend. I have no obligations. So one of the things I did while I was off stream is I went to a test world, and I know how to solve our EMC problems. For those who haven't been following along, we've basically been bottlenecked that my only source of EMC is what comes out of this mob farm. Oh, wow, fuck, it's completely empty. We're going to need a fair bit of things to fix it, but we don't need... It shouldn't be all that expensive. Okay, I have a good amount in the table. So, also, a viewer tipped me off on how to get glowstone, although I actually figured out a second way to get it. So, the end goal that we actually want to reach is we want to start making power flowers. And the way you get glowstone is there's an unlisted recipe of using redstone and gold dust that Industrial Craft adds. I didn't know that existed. It's not in NEI. I don't think I would have found it at all. I think I would have actually done bee breeding all the way there. And I'm not convinced I would have been able to do it. Yes, I'm living in Greece now. I was in Portland a lot. Portland was only going to be a temporary port of call for me. It was just a lot shorter than I expected it to, because I made the decision, well, at this point, about a year ago, that my life was not going anywhere in Portland. So I threw caution to the wind and essentially jettisoned everything I was doing in the attempt, because if I had just stayed as things were, I think I would have, it would have been bad. There's a lot of parts about that that I'm sort of leaving out. So we actually need to make some coal. Let me throw that in. We do have coal on the table. Wow, that is not a lot of coal. Can I get some more coal, please? Yeah, so the way we're going to make EMC is I also figured out how we get a blaze rod. I actually knew how to get it, and I never connected all the pieces. The Philosopher's Stone can transform mobs into other mobs. If I use it on a pigment in the Nether, I can turn one into a blaze and I can get the blaze rod, and then I can just duplicate it with EMC. So the first thing we need to do is we need to go to our macerator, and we're just going to chuck in a ton of coal. That is going to be slow. We're probably also going to have to upgrade the power to make this work. But our goal here is we want to make... There's a better macerator in this pack. That's the rotary macerator. It's not actually that hard to make. It's just a lot of little fiddly bits we need to do. And we're going to need a compressor to make it happen. So let's start by making the compressor. And that's just an electric circuit and machine block. I might have everything I need for that, like literally on hand. Refined iron, let me grab a full stack of that. Yeah. I have my desktop up and running again, so I do plan to do the one vintage computer thing I sort of do want to do is I want to play for services for Unix for Windows XP. The problem is that the only machine I have that can currently live stream is my laptop. The desktop is at least at this point running because I was able to I actually had a display link adapter. I have a workstation card in there, so the problem with that is it doesn't work with HDMI anymore. Also, I need to fix that centering. Okay, and that goes away. So that's the tin, so I need to make an electrical circuit. And that is... I didn't even need the tin. So, we're going, like I said, we're going to need a fair bit of machines for what we're doing. So that goes there. And then 2 refined metal. That is not the recipe. Oh, it's the other way around. Also, my video got content... My live stream for Minecraft got video ID strike. Someone had mentioned in chat that since the release of the Minecraft movie, there had been content ID strikes, and I'm like, well, that is in fact the case, because, you know, F you. It wasn't claimed by Warner Brothers, so I don't think it's actually them who claimed it. Alright, so here's the compressor. Alright, and we're just going to stick that there. And you've got power, and you're making coal dust. So we need to make some advanced plates, and the way we do that for the rotary macerator, we're also going to need a bunch of stuff from, we're going to need a bunch of Buildcraft pipes. This isn't exactly a complex build, it's just a bit of a long one. I don't think I want to give up the regular macerator, so we'll just make another one. I have wire, and I can get copper from the table. Need to focus the table, just grab a bunch of copper. Yeah, we're gonna have to make a lot more rubber. We have access to faster smelting through IC2, but I have to make the machines, and we don't have the power for it. So like we're kind of in this state where we can do stuff, but we don't really have the infrastructure to do it. I would like some flint. I had this problem before. How do I get flint out of this damn thing? I forgot what focused the table to find flint. Nothing in there helps. Nothing in here helps. Like, yeah, this is kind of annoying. Let me try gold dust. Like, yeah, gold dust doesn't focus the table in any sort of useful direction. Stone brick. I could try stone. Yeah, that doesn't help. Sand might help, actually. Sand might focus... No, it doesn't. I can get gravel from... Yeah, I'm just going to get gravel the other way. So make sandstone. Where's my philosopher's stone? Because once I have one, I can just duplicate it. I just have to get one. And I just need a shovel. There we go. Flint. Way easier than mucking around the damn table. Right, let's grab a stack. So for the macerator, we need the machine block. Yeah, like I really just feel terrible. And like, what really frustrates me is like, I've been looking at the analytics, and I lost 100 subscribers since I started live streaming again. It looks like it was just a single, like, drop off right when I started live streaming again, probably because I streamed a game instead of, like, vintage computer stuff. Which does happen, but it, like I said, my biggest fear is the YouTube algorithm is pretty specific about how it works. Basically, if you make content your subscribers don't watch, it penalizes you. Or at least that's the common logic. Google's own documentation on how the algorithm works says it's entirely based on watch time and click-through. So while bad, it's not horrible. And I don't think live streams work the same way, because if they did, all right, so now that we've got that, I need we need more appropriate music. That is not more appropriate music. Like, you know what? Something elegant piano sounds like it would be good. Honestly, one thing I want to try doing is I want to try... So, I don't know if anyone's seen those clickbait videos where they get Minecraft running on Windows 98, and it's, like, almost unplayable. I am curious if I were to try that, but I were to use an older version, if it would actually be playable, and if you could actually beat the Ender Dragon like that. Part of how Minecraft World Gen works is when you first log into the world, it generates the spawn area, but chunk generation is one of those things that tends to be very laggy. And if you've ever played Minecraft on a potato, you'll know that going into the Nether is a great way for shit to break. So we need the advanced alloy. So refined metal, bronze, and tin. We've got all that. I think I only need the 2, so I guess I don't need to craft more. I should craft more because one of the tricks to actually being a pack like this is either we're going to have to build a giant logistical pipe system or do other stuff. Okay, so that's going to make that. So that gives us the 2 advanced alloy. The carbon mesh, we should have... Yeah, I think we have enough now. Yeah, that gives us the raw carbon fiber. So as soon as the compressor's done, we throw that in. And that gives us our macerator. Like I said, powering it's going to be kind of a headache. I think we're going to want to build a better solar setup. But I'm not going to worry about it just this second. How are you doing on coal? You've got 24 still in you. So that's that. Chuck you in. So we have the macerator, we have the advanced iron, so we just need to let that process. And we just need another machine block, which is trivial. Actually, I can make the machine block right now. And also, now that I've got glowstone unlocked, if I were to... Why is that not compressing? Oh, I've got to craft it a second time. Of course you do. Wow, we have exactly enough to do this. There we go. I've done Minecraft server administration in the past. Like, it is a flipping full-time job to do it. And with old server... Like, this pack I would not want to put on a public server. This is Minecraft1.2.5. There's no moderation tools. And the map itself isn't meant for... There is an SMP version of this map. But it's not... it's not one that would work. Like, if I was to actually put up a retro modded server, it would probably be Tekkit. Tekkit Classic. But pretty much all the mods in Tekkit Classic are in this pack. I think the only ones that... Mistcraft isn't in this... Okay, so machine block... so 2 advanced plates, carbon fiber gives us the advanced machine block, and then just a bunch more refined iron. Rotary macerator. Okay, cool. So the next thing we need is we need an energy. We need 5 diamonds, and hopefully the mob farm has generated enough EMC to get those. Otherwise, we're going to be waiting a bit. And we also still have to get the blaze rod. Alright, how are we doing on EMC? That's not going to cut it. Yeah, that's not going to be enough EMC. Well, let's see how far it gets us. 20,000. We might have just enough to do this. Maybe not. So, we need a energy condenser. And this thing needs 5 diamonds, which is pricey. 6 diamonds, because we also need the covalence dust. That's easy. That's easy. That's expensive. So we need 6 diamonds worth of EMC. Let me chuck in what I don't need just to reclaim some EMC. Let's see how much we have in the wood farm. This thing is actually going to be pretty much useless, but we're going to need a different farm, so it was a good learning experience to set up. Why is it not chopping? Are you out of power? No, although you are running low on cells. Okay. Like, there's no UI I can check, so why are you not chopping? You're still good on saplings and such. Let me just re-break and replace the pipe. Yeah, we'll just break and replace the engine. I can store that in the Beolizer. And get back in inventory slot. I need to make some ender pouches because those are the only backpacks I have access to in this pack. I believe I got an ender. That's not useful. I'm gonna have to put a solid block there, aren't I? You know what? Fine, that works. I just don't care. Alright, so wooden conductive pipe. That's the engine running. It may have overheated. That may be why that broke. I've never played with Vintage. I've never played Vintage Story. I've heard a lot of people say it's really good, and I've always wanted to play Terra Firma Craft, which is essentially what that was based off of. The mod team went and made their own game. Yeah, we can chuck these in the box. The beeswax we can chuck in the box. Alright, so we'll put the rotary macerator there. We have to go to the Nether, and I have to go get a blaze rod. Oh, you know why this is probably not working? Yeah, that ran out of coal. That's why that's not working. All the drops are just sitting on the floor. That is also going to be a problem, and not one we can easily fix. I've been trying to figure out how I'm going to fix, like, high throughput engines, because we're going to need quite a few of them. I think the answer is going to be biogas generators, and I'm going to just run a fuel pipe all throughout this base. Alright, we throw the charcoal in. Yep, and all the drops start getting picked up. Cool. So now we need to go down to the Nether. And I believe... Yeah, that goes right to the portal. I have the Philosopher's Stone. I have a source of EMC in my inventory. Let me get rid of everything else I don't need, because there's a pretty good chance I die doing this. I would like some more arrows, please. Put you in. Let's grab a stack of arrows. And we'll throw the diamond back into the table, just so I don't lose that EMC if I die. I should make the portable table. Yeah, I've got the philosopher's stone. I should figure out what it says on that block. Maybe we'll do that in a moment. All right, let's get down to the Nether portal. I'm in the Peloponnese. Oh, you know what? I'm pretty sure we're on the dark settings because I fixed up the streaming account because I was streaming on my main one on my laptop, which I don't, which you know is not a problem in and of itself. All right, so there is a good chance we get gas doing this. Yeah, kind of like that. Oh no. Yeah, I'm assuming that drop is lost to the void. Also, I just made a whole ton of netherrack. No. Hold on, can I just hit you again with that? Okay, that was kind of funny to watch that. You can get blazes, it's just not common. Ooh, magma creams. Okay, hold on, let me see if I can kill those. Because they do have a drop we haven't gone yet. I don't know if magma slime has any use. But if it does, might as well get it. Assuming I don't accidentally hit the pigman and die. No drops. Oh, of course not. Alright, let's try again. Nope. Blazes are rare, but this is... No, I've still got sources of EMC in my inventory. There we go, blaze. All right. Now, please drop your rod. Oh no. Well, at least he flew back up on here, but I think I'm about to die. Yeah, I've got no food. Where did the blaze go? Yeah, blaze. Okay, there he is. If he gets up a little higher. Come on, you can see me. Yeah, I don't think that blaze is coming back. Oh no, he's there. Yeah, so apparently I can't transform the little slimes. I'm assuming that blaze is... No, he's there, and... Of course they have aimbot. Hey, come on, get over here. Alright, you know what? I'm just gonna go over here. I'm gonna let some more mobs spawn in. There we go. Give it a moment. Alright, you know what? Blaze turn into a pigman and disappear. Alright, let's try that again. Whoa! There we go. Okay, I think we need to put some guardrails up because we've now lost 2 blazes the same way. No, 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 please, don't kill me, don't kill me. Okay. Alright, let's get out over here. And let's just... Like, we literally just need 1 blaze. That's all we need for this. And I'll just put some up on this side so they don't fall off. Alright. Let's try that again. That one became a magma cream. That one became a ghast. I'm actually surprised ghast haven't been spawning in here. The platform is big enough for them to spawn. There we go, blaze. Of course you... Okay, no, I can work with that. Did he drop a rod? He did not drop a rod. Alright. There we go, blaze. Yes! Got it. That was only slightly irritating. Oh, that was kind of annoying to get. Alright, where's my water pillar? Alright. There it is. And now we take the very slow boat back up to the top. Yeah, I'm going to do more Greek study on stream. It's just like right now, my brain is complete spaghetti. And tonight I had wanted to do a vintage computer thing, like, just so my channel has some relevance to its original topic. Like, it wasn't like I built this channel. My YouTube channel account is ancient. If you look at the created date, I think it's 2006. It was back when this site used to have DMs, if you remember that. And I had some Minecraft videos and just some random crap, and I unlisted it all when I decided to make a serious attempt at making content online. I do have a second channel named Restless Yankee, which I do think if I ever go back to that channel, I will rename it, just because... I don't know. I mean, I don't know how much I should bitch about politics on stream, but let's just say I'm not particularly proud to be an American at this time. I haven't been for a while, but with recent events, it's just been... Okay. Alright, if I can just get out of this block. There we go. I don't know if those are a thing in this version. Alright, burn that. Burn that. Burn that. Burn that. 1, 2, 2. Yeah, there's almost no EMC in that one. Poop. I can toss the iron ingots. Let's see what else I've got in here that is, like, worth any sort of amount of EMC. Actually, I've got a lot of pumpkins. They're not an amazing source of EMC, but right now I just don't care. Yeah, that's another 2 diamonds. I still need 1 more. Actually, I need 2 more. Unless I can get that alchemical chest in the Nether. What else do I got in here? You know what? We can recycle the 10. There we go. No, we're just short. Throw that in. We need the blaze rod. We need the pumpkins. Okay, 6 pumpkins. 6 diamonds. So we need the energy condenser. So obsidian, alchemical chest. Obsidian's easy. Alchemical chest is expensive, but whatever. Alright, so diamond plus coal gives us 40 of that. We need the 3 covalence dust, the dusts. I've got iron. I don't have any redstone. Poop. And what was... How do I make the last type of covalence dust? Charcoal and cobble. Easy enough. Bada bing, bada boom, bada bing. Alright. So that means we should be able to make... Yeah, we have all that. so grab the stone. Yeah, we have wood. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't feel horribly sick. I just feel very tired. And as a consequence of that, it just makes everything just that much harder. What was the last ingredient? Stone. These are actually really nice chests. They're really big, but... Alright, so energy condenser, we just need some obsidian. Which might be annoying to get out of the table. Oh, we'll try. I'm gonna try a lava bucket to focus. No, that won't focus it. Oh, that did it. Grab a stack of obsidian. Okay. 2, 3. Is it the other way? No, it's the other way. Energy condenser. Cool. All right, so that's two. That's the main thing we needed. We still need to make a bunch of buildcraft pipes and engines, but now that this farm is running again, we should be basically good to go to start making stupid amounts of EMC. I mean, it's not going to be stupid, but it'll be enough to get us over the hurdle, which is currently our biggest problem. All right, so I believe steam engines are still going to be our best bet, so I think I actually have everything I need. So piston, glass, and stone gears. I should have stone. I should have a ton of stone gears. I do have a ton of stone gears. And then I just need glass, which, yeah, I have glass. So with all that said, let's throw these in the chests because we don't care. Steam engines, we're going to need some stacks of fuel, but oh, where did you come from? Oh, that's irritating. I must have a dark spot somewhere, but I don't see a dark spot. We also have to make the chicken farm work. Like, I'm actually going to need a chicken here in a little bit. The yellow chests just have larger storage capacity as compared to normal ones. They're gold chests. I mean, that's probably... one thing I missed from modern Minecraft is they changed the mob spawning mechanics, so you don't have to, like, torch spam everywhere to stop them. Okay. So the way this thing works is you can put an item here, and I guess just to show, I'll throw the blaze rod there. You can throw items in, you see that bar fills up. It fills up, and I get another blaze rod. So that's how. So this is basically a way to duplicate items with EMC automatically. And so what we want to do is we want to make. I just realized I think I need a diamond pipe for this to work. Yeah, I actually think I do need a diamond pipe. It might work without it, but that's another 2 diamonds. That being said, once I have the rotary macerator made, I need a wrench, because I need to make this less horrible. And I actually need the electrical wrench, so... because the base wrench only has an 80% chance of not losing the item you are crafting with, which is kind of horrible. At least in this version of... Alright. 5. Let's make the wrench. Right, of course I needed 6. Oh, I didn't want a full stack. Fortunately, that's an easy thing to fix. Alright, so 16 iron, bronze. So there's the wrench. So to make the electric wrench, we need a battery. Copper wire, tin, and redstone. I know we have a bunch of redstone in here, so we'll just grab some. And I think I EMC'd all the... Yeah, I did EMC all the tin I had. There we go. Fortunately, I can always get more. Copper wire. Battery, and then we just need an electrical circuit, which needs more refined metal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think it's 1. I'm shocked that I'm remembering these recipes. Electrical wrench. Cool, now we can charge that up, and then I can now move these machines without losing them. Okay, that's full. The generator's out of power, so we're going to have to charge that up. We're going to need a better power solution, but we can make do with... we can continue making do with what we have for the time being. Alright, so that goes in there. Alright, so let's clean up this wiring a little bit. Electric wrench. Alright, cool. I'm just gonna put the machines. We'll run the power cable out like this. I guess I can leave them along the bottom because I'm not going to automate these ones as of yet. And once we have way better power, I'm going to have to completely redo this anyway. Because now, fortunately and kind of strangely, the rotary macerator is an LV machine, which doesn't make sense to me, but okay. So wooden transport pipe and cobble transport pipe. We might need... I think I need some iron pipes as well. So let's get the crap out of my inventory that I don't need. 2 iron. Scoop can go away. That can go away. Coal dust can go away. Redstone can go away. So cobble transport. And if I have some gold, I'll make some golden transport pipes, because they... I don't have any gold on hand, but I think I can... Yeah, 1, 2. I'll make some golden transport pipes. I do think I'm going to need a diamond to make this work, because I think I'm going to have to filter items. Actually, I'm pretty sure I need to filter items because there's no way to filter at the extraction pipe. The only thing I can do is send it back down. So hopefully we have enough for 2 diamonds. Oh yeah, that'll do it. That should be more than enough for 2 diamonds. I really hate how janky this table is. 1, 2, and we can make, yeah, we can now make some diamond transport pipes. So the way Buildcraft works is every type of pipe has a specific purpose. So let's now start placing some machines down. So the first thing we need is the energy condenser. That goes there. And then wooden transport pipe goes here. That's facing the wrong way, but that's not a problem. Rotary macerator goes there, and then we need to use the wrench to flip that around. Okay. So now outputs from the machine will go into the box. I need a lever because we need the macerator to always be... We always want the macerator to be running. I don't want it to spin down. Do I really not have any levers? Oh, fine. It's not like they're expensive. Also help if I could craft it correctly. I just realized I think I want to move this setup one block forward. Yeah, I think I need to move it one forward because I have to have room to fit the steam engines in. Alright, let's see here. So move you over like that. Rotary macerator goes like that. So now if we give it a redstone signal, assuming it has power, why do you not have... Do you have to be rotated? There we go. Yeah, okay. It was facing the wrong... The bat box was facing the wrong way. Okay, so that's going to speed up. Now we put the energy condensator here. Wooden transport pipe. Steam engine. Because we have to... buildcraft pipes have to be powered. We need more levers. There is a way to get gates which make, which means that you don't need to sacrifice a full block of space. Yeah, that's not the music I want to be listening to. Let's... Oh god, of all the things to come up. Jazz brunch, you know, that sounds good. Alright. I also need fuel. If I've got enough EMC, I'll grab another stack of cobble or charcoal. Yeah, we do. We got plenty of EMC for that. Okay. So you get full stack of fuel. This gets a blaze rod. And then you get blaze rod chucked in there. So the radiator, so that's going to do it. In a moment, that's going to get pulled out. In a moment, that's going to get pulled out. I think that's facing the wrong way. Huh? Why you no extract? Unless the redstone signal on the, You're not the problem, are you? No. Do you have to come out the back? Nope, I don't want you to extract the coal. Oh, why are you doing that? Okay, so it did eject the blaze powder, so okay, I guess this needs to be on the side then. Janky old Minecraft is janky. Alright, blaze rod go in. So if we throw the blaze powder in there, you notice that we get 2 blaze rods out. So let's throw those in. And as the macerator speeds up, it's not even at full speed yet. Let's confirm that that gets extracted. Oh yeah, you actually need coal in you. Yep, there we go. And that gets turned into blaze rods. Perfect. So now we need to put, let me craft, let me take one and just manually turn it into blaze powder. Although actually I realized I probably didn't need to do that. I could just filter the pipe without it. So we need a diamond pipe here. And a cobblestone transport pipe on the top. We then filter green so it only tries to put blaze rods in. Then we need the second steam engine. Like that. Lever. Fuel. That's not fuel. That's fuel. So that's the blaze rod coming out. And if it ever tries to extract blaze rods, it should just go right back into the blaze powder. So that goes in. It gets macerated. It gets pulled out. And it should end up back in the... Yep. And there we go. Nice. I haven't had any potato knishes here, but they were pretty common back in New York. Yeah, so now the blaze rods get pulled out. It's not fast, but this should generate a lot of EMC because each blaze rod, every 5 blaze rods is a diamond, and look how fast we're actually generating them. So like a stack of blaze rods is going to be, yeah, like a stack of blaze rods is going to be like 100,000 EMC. So that is our EMC problems basically solved. So the main reason we need better EMC is what we really need are what are known as power flowers, where we have to basically make these energy collectors. And you notice that it takes a block of diamond. So that's a little expensive. And that's only the base one. If we want the good ones, because the base ones kind of suck, we need a dark matter, which suddenly is now actually reasonable to make. And we need a red matter. But we should be able to like afford this in like 20 minutes of the rotary macerator basically running, because this is just going to churn. Yeah, look. We've already got almost a stack of blaze rods. And each blaze rod, like I said, stack of blaze rods is going to be more EMC than we know what to do with. I'm doing okay in Greece. Like, there's some chronic health stuff that I just have to deal with. That's true no matter where I go. I don't think I've had any moussaka. Yeah. Project E was a pretty fateful recreation of the original equivalent exchange, with some of the jank removed, like you can search on the transmutation table. There was equivalent exchange 3, which was like supposed to make the whole thing less janky. Yeah, see, the biggest problem is we're going to need a way to fuel this. But I think what I'll do is I'll just make an alchemical chest, because we're about to be able to print the damn things. And then I can just feed it with, like, I can just chuck a dark matter in, and that will make so much crap. I have not enjoyed Create. My problem with Create is a lot of the problem that I have with new modded Minecraft is it's very busy. It's very, like, in this version of the game, when you built a house, it was a cobblestone shack. Basically. Don't get me wrong, you can make nice builds in this, but making, now to make builds that, like, look good, you have to go from get, like, 60 sort of things. I'm going to just go into the AFK hole for a moment. I'm actually going to go on break for a few minutes, but I really feel like the game started going in a bad direction. So I don't think the combat update was bad per se, but it kind of marked a direction of Minecraft becoming something I don't enjoy. Like in one, and then after 1.12, you started having so many lag issues because of all the damn fish. Like, of all the vanilla updates that have been added since then, I think the only one I've actually, like, enjoyed are the caves and cliffs. And that's largely because the caves were, like, something the game desperately needed. Caves sucked. But, I mean, let's put it like this. You still can't use minecarts with chests without them being complete jank. They haven't changed at all since Minecraft 1.5. Redstone is inconsistent between Bedrock and Java Edition. Like, the game just does not feel like it's been going in a good direction for a long time. Like, I fall into the category of people that kind of felt like things with beta went better. So I'm going to go on break for a few minutes. I just need to stretch my legs, and then I'm just going to let the EMC build up. So we'll do that, and then we'll continue onward. So I'll be back in a little bit as soon as I find Streamlabs to put my AFK screen up. All right. All right, I'm back, or I'll be back here in a moment. And I've got tea. All right, so let's put the screen back up. And close the door so the heat doesn't get out. It has been very cold here in the Peloponnese. Like, it's been getting down to 0 centigrade or 32 Fahrenheit. Alright, let's see if we have money. When I tested this in my test world, it was making like a stack of blaze rods every minute, or like every 2. Yeah, that chat. Look at all that tasty EMC. All right, so let me grab a blaze rod. We actually don't want to put too much in the table because we're going to overload it. Yep, that's 10,000 EMC. And see, I can't even pull it all out, which is actually kind of a problem. What can I pull it out with? Yeah, see, the table's locked. I can take a glowstone out. So we need to make a better Klein star. We also now need to start working towards... I want creative flight. And the way we do that is we need to make the Swift Wolf's Rendering Gale, which is 4 dark matter, which at this point is no longer a problem. The Volcanic Amulet. Oh yeah, that makes lava. I don't remember what the other ones do, but that's easy enough. The feathers, however, are a problem. I made a little grass patch, but nothing spawned in it, so I'm assuming I just need to make it bigger. So while Blaze Rod's mint, let's work on that. And yeah, this music's not doing it for me. Let's... Oh, that's a vibe. That is a vibe. I can get behind that vibe. So let's throw our pipes in here. Throw you in here. And now I think I can use a glass. Yeah, let's just grab a few stacks of dirt. And we're also going to need some cobblestone because we're just going to make... Oh! I say it's not working and then look what suddenly spawned in. Okay, I can get my chicken now. The game knew. That mob farm has not generated anything this entire thing. Where did the sheep go? I can get villagers like that? Oh, he's a nitwit. I can't trade with him. I also can't transform him. Oh, no, I can. It's just unlikely. I don't think that's useful. Also, can we get the cow off the railing? Or the pig off the railing? I don't have a potato to know what I'm going to probably... Also, random sand falling into void. Oh, I know why that happened, because there's some spaces under the farm that... Oh, I don't want to die. Alright, hold on, let's... Alright, pig. You want to live, pig. Come to me, pig. Oh, now I have the chicken. Now, can I get the chicken away from the edge? Alright. I know I told you you wanted to live, but I need your feather. I kind of feel bad for that, but oh well. Okay, so let's teach that to the table. Oh no. Now I need to get it out of the table, which is actually kind of difficult. Let me throw a stack of... There we go. How much EMC? Oh wow, those are actually worth a lot of EMC. Feather... I don't need many, but I do need a few. Let's see here, Klein Star. Because now I can focus the table, and I can just grab a ton. Also, I think teaching it raw chicken so I have a food, like, a good food source would be really nice, because I've been living here on apples. Let's... Like, I could make... Yeah, let's just cook you up. I actually don't mind Greg Tech. The biggest problem I have with... Are we talking about Greg Tech, the mod, or are we talking about Greg Tech New Horizons? Because those are two different opinions. I don't mind Greg Tech. Like, I know a lot of people do. But when you... Why is that doing that? Hold on. Oh, that's weird. When I have Minecraft in focus, it jitters in Streamlabs. I can't run it full screen. It's running in a window because if I full screen it, I lose video on the second monitor. And that's how I'm watching chat. Yeah, that... Okay, hold on. Click. Yeah, like every time I focus into the game in Streamlabs, it kind of moves. Good enough. I had some thoughts of maybe editing this this playthrough into a video, but you know, this is honestly just how I'm relaxing. All right, cook chicken, go in table. Let's burn one to teach it. And now we have a stack of food that is not complete crap. Okay, all right, so let's get this all out. Where's the stack of feathers I just put? The stack of feathers is there. So let's clean out rest of inventory. Can I get yeah, I need 2 of the... I need to basically upgrade these to the next level. So I can use 4 of them in a crafting grid to get the next one. I think that's going to void the EMC. Yeah, it did void the EMC. That's fine. EMC is no longer a problem. Look at all the EMC. You might even have to upgrade it to the next level past this. But yeah, see, it only holds 100,000 EMC. So I think we're going to have to upgrade this like a few more times. Like that's only a single dark matter. But we can get more. It's not like that's difficult. Aside from the fact that... Yeah, 1, 2. See, this is the thing with equivalent exchange is that once you get it going, it kind of just goes a little bit crazy. All right, how much EMC do you hold? Okay, yeah, you hold a lot of EMC. So now that we have the feathers, let's actually get creative flight because I would really like that. So lava bucket, and then let's iron. So we need dark matter for the rending gale, and the way we make dark matter is we need. Yeah, that's easy enough to make. Alright, so... Philosopher's Stone. Let me go grab as, like, many blaze rods as I can. Like, let's empty out the inventory. And then I think we can probably afford dark matter tools in a little bit. So yeah, let's just, you know... grab all the blaze rods. How are you? Oh, you're out of fuel, so... Oh, good, you will burn. I know these generators don't burn blaze rods. I've tried it. But that will, so that's a good thing. Alright, so you go in, you go in. So we need 4, because we need to up-convert it to... the next level, which is that. 1, 2, actually, we need a bunch of that stuff. And then we need diamonds. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It still doesn't go all that far, if you notice. Actually, I need 1 more diamond. Not that. You go in. 1 more diamond. But compared to the rate of which we were making diamonds before, that is a pretty large improvement. And let me just teach that to the table so I can just pull it out. Throw that in. And now we have dark matter. If I burn all the alchemical fuel... How many dark... Okay, we only can get 2 dark matter. I think we need 3. We need 4. But like I said, that is not going to take a lot of time. Nice. There we go. Sleep. All right, my thoughts on... So as a mod, like... I don't really mind it as a mechanic. Like, it adds a lot of content, and as long as you're being... like, there's a grind involved with Greg Tech. The largest problem with it is that the only thing to do with Greg Tech is to make more Greg Tech. It doesn't, like... if the whole pack isn't balanced around it, its machines are overpowered for what... They're very expensive for what they do. But if you have a pack like New Horizons that's intended to be played with Greg Tech, I actually think it's a pretty good experience. I didn't mind... New Horizons I had trouble getting into, but there was other reasons involved in why I had trouble. Okay, so that's 3. I need 1 more to... I don't have quite enough to get that last dark matter. I really want Creative Flight, though. And then we already... Yeah, we already have another 32 blaze rods. It just keeps coming. Okay. So, you go in. You go in. Dark matter. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. Of course, it goes the other way. And then this has to just be on my hotbar. Chat. We have Creative Flight. Oh, that is lovely. So let's go see what that sign down here said. This is not the bedrock you are looking for. Also, I have no idea why this lava column is just stuck in the air. There was a lava source block up there at one point, but it seems to have gone stuck. Oh man, having Creative Flight is so nice. Although I'm just realizing I think we're almost out of EMC because it does burn EMC to do this. Yeah, that's going down kind of fast. Let's not be flying over the void when that happens. But we already have another stack of blaze rods. So we can recharge the ring. Yeah, that is lovely. Okay. So that basically handles our EMC needs for the future. So what do we do next? We have to get into bee breeding at some point. And the way I'm thinking we're going to have to do it is probably the best way we can do it is a watch of flowing time. Which shouldn't be terrible to make. What does the pedestal require? Oh. Okay, you know, that's actually not as bad as it looks at first glance. That's still really, really effing pricey. But that is in the realm of possibility to get a watch of flowing time. Yeah, we have to do forestry bees. One of the quests, the end goal of this pack is to breed the Omega bee. But where is it? Is it? This quest line is going to suck. Like, this entire quest line is going to suck. Because the HV solar array is going to be a lot of effort to make. I think you're intended to make a logistical pipe system to do it. But I really kind of don't want to. redstone paradise. Oh, I've already done this one. Where's the one with all the fluids? That's diamond ore gate. We need nether wart to do this one. Splash potion of weakness, swiftness. Nether wart is a reward from one of these rooms. I just don't know which one offhand. Which was the one that had all the body stone, life stone, watch of flowing time, evertide amulet. So yeah, that's like all the items of power one. And that one's the full quantum armor set, which... Is it this one up here? No, that's abysmal armor. Yeah, here it is. So you have to hand in all these fluids, but you have to do it with refractory capsules. The only way to get refractory wax is from nether bees. And we can't even make all these fluids yet. Seed oil... seed oil isn't terrible. It's just going to be a process. Oil we'll get from a quest reward and we can EMC it. Honey we will get just as part of the bee breeding. Biomass will take a while, but it's not hard. I believe juice we just get by throwing apples in a squeezer. Like, I don't think that one's actually hard. But the refractory wax is what makes this one kind of obnoxious. Yeah. We get 2 capsules for every free refractory wax. And the only way to get the refractory wax is to breed nether bees. But since we now have money in the form of EMC, I think we should try and knock out the next set of quests. Let me find which ones those are. Did I copy the screenshots over when I moved the world to this account? I'm hoping I did. I did not, so I just have to find it. Advanced machines. We also have to make a mass fabricator at some point and make quite a bit of UU matter. Yeah, it's this one. Nothing here is actually hard at this point. We've made about half of these. So now that we have EMC, and this has had a few minutes to, like, yeah, stock up. Let's just knock these out real quick. Boink, boink, boink. Free, more than 250,000 EMC. Considering that we were struggling really hard prior to this, that's a nice feeling. All right, so let me open the screenshot up in the other window on the other monitor, so I can just keep track of what we actually have to craft. So we have some of these. We have a carpenter. We have a forester, which can be used to speed up the forestry farms, but it doesn't really help beyond that. Mushroom picker, biogas engine, rainmaker, electrical engine, pumpkin farm, biopower generator, and a still. Yeah, none of that's hard. It's just going to be a bit time consuming. So let's just go right down the list. So mushroom picker. So that needs a logger, which needs a sturdy casing, which needs mushrooms. Believe I duplicated some mushrooms at some point. I know I have them in the table. Hopefully they're not terrible to get back out. They might be terrible to get back out. I basically have to find a line of things that lead to it. Oh, there we go. Mushrooms, mushrooms. Okay, so mushroom. Let me grab a bunch of diamonds because we're going to need them. A stack of bronze would be lovely. And I think that's all we just are going to need right here from the go, for the word go. So, sturdy machine frames. Let's just make a bunch. So I don't have to do it over and over again. So we'll grab 3. Mushroom picker is that plus glass. We have glass. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mushroom picker. Okay. That one's done. Biogas engine is the next one. We've already made quite a few of these, but... Oh, no, we haven't made this one. So that's just bronze and bronze. So we just need a piston out of this table. I have the stone gears it needs. Yeah, I just made a whole bunch earlier. Wasn't actually intending to make a whole bunch, but that's what happened. And then I believe it's this. I really wish I could shift drag. My God, I really missed that. All right, so that's biogas engine. We need a rainmaker. Which needs a hardened machine frame. Alright, I'm hoping I know the recipe for that. Because you can't see it in JEI, and that is not music I want to listen to. There we go. Alright, so let's grab some cells. We have the spare carpenter. That was not what I meant to do there. Hopefully I can place it back into the world with a cell. Not, I gotta go grab a bucket. Oh, or I have a bucket on me and I don't need to care. Alright, so now we get to our hot mess of wiring over here. Let's chuck the carpenter down. So I believe it's just 4 diamonds. Yeah, it is. And then it just needs water. And that will craft the hard machine chassis. Eventually, because our power sucks. I just want to make sure it's actually going to craft it, because when we made the Bealizer, it stopped, and I mean, this is the first point in the pipe, so it should go there first. Let me break that. Yeah, see, this is why I don't... Minecraft jewels are fun. Alright. So, now we need a bunch of tin gears. Alright, so tin gears... We can't even use the Rainmaker. We need an... Oh, well, maybe in this version we can. I know in Modern Forestry you need like an iodine capsule. Four, hardened machine frame. 2, 3, 4. Rainmaker. Don't know if we'll ever use it, but I guess it's good to have. Next one up is the electrical engine. Which is literally just more tin and a piston. Okay. Piston. So we just need our 2 tin gears. Tin gear. electrical engine. Like, one of the biggest things I've learned by playing expert mod packs is that, generally speaking, more is less. Like, you should always, like, when you make a stack of circuit, like, when you make circuits, make a stack of circuits. Okay, so that's gonna be a little bit of a process. We have pumpkins, we have melons. We have exactly 2 of each, so let's get a few more than that. Just so I don't have to go hunting for the table for them. Alright. So sturdy machine frame. Oh yeah, and I need some gold. Glass, gold for the arboretum. I admittedly, it does help a lot to like just be sitting here playing Minecraft and talking on stream, because I can't see chat right now just because I have the screenshot up on the other one. So if folks are trying to talk to me, I apologize. All right, so next thing we need. Biopower generator, which is this thing. I believe this takes biomass. Biofuel is for running in buildcraft engines. It's a weird substance. So that just needs gold, a sturdy casing. Yeah, okay, that's trivial. That's legitimately just trivial to make. All right, that. Kind of why I'm thinking biofuel, because you can just basically pump it around with water. It might be like the winning move for a lot of stuff. And then the last thing we need is a still, which is redstone and glass. Do we have redstone around here? Yeah, we do. So one more sturdy casing. And we can knock another quest off the list. That's not the way you make that. Still. Okay, that's everything we need. So let me make some room in my inventory. Let me grab the machines, and let's go turn this one on. Is it this one? Nope, that's Rings of Power. The Bronze Age. Yeah, okay. So let's go turn it in. It's never a good feeling to do this because you always worry it's not going to work, but... Alright, give it a second and see if it lights up. Oh, and there it goes. Alright, that is another one done, and we can see it's lit up on the pyramid. So what is our reward for this one? We get a single piece of lapis, which is actually what we needed to make a mass fabricator. So let's teach that to the table. And then just grab a stack of it and throw you in box. Alright, so what are we going to work on next? So now we've got that one done. Gated logic is the... You don't have to do them in order, but I feel like it makes sense to. So let's take a look at gated logic. Let's see how miserable this is going to be. Where is gated logic? I'm assuming it's this one. Blood, sweat, and tears. I need nether wart for that, so... that looks kind of miserable. We're going to need an Apiturus pipe. Okay, so I actually need that for a quest, which means we actually have to do the bee breeding sooner than I thought. The problem is that the only way to get the stuff for jungle bees is... It's actually a problem because The jungle bees won't breed in this biome. Let me see how bad some of these are going to be. Like, that Mark 5 item actually concerns me. Like, how bad... Oh. Oh. And I need 64 of the fuckers. Yeah, that hurts. Okay. I think the right answer is that we're going to need a lot more EMC because, I mean, look at these EMC costs. That, yeah, that's not happening. Let's see, what else, what else can we work on? Those are all really expensive. The only one in this one that's actually, like... Oh, no, I can't make the solar panel from red power. I need clay to do that, and that's locked... Yeah, that's locked behind a quest. I can't make the alloy furnace. I could check the guide and for which quest would unlock it. Can we do this one? The rings. Black hole band... I don't even know what that one does. Like, how bad are these? Black hole band. These might be doable. We already made the Swift Wolves rendering gale, although obviously I need a second one. Ring of Arcadia, Harvest 1, Void Ring, Ring of Ignition. I believe these are all the... Yeah, none of these look particularly terrible. I just don't know if we have the EMC Generation 2 actually make them. So I think the next thing we need to do is we need to make some power flowers. And I think we're going to start by ripping out this farm. Because this isn't actually useful. So let's just clean this all up. I mean, it did make quite a bit of wood. Which gave me an achievement even. Alright, so now we gotta just get rid of all this hummus. Oh wow, that shit breaks slowly. I mean, yeah, so the reason we saw sand falling was because I didn't make this... The farm was a little bit too small when I made it. Alright. Hold on, let me... dump this all in. Hummus doesn't have EMC value, so whatever. The iron chest does, which is interesting. Yeah, let's clean this up and let's get this space back. So I don't think we can afford Mark-free relays, although maybe we can if we're kind of lucky. It was interesting using these old school farms. I believe the most recent version of forestry actually did bring back the single block farms. Alright, good enough. Speaking of forestry, okay, put that on the table. How are these doing? Yeah, we just have to keep these stocked up regularly. Oh, that's a lot of EMC. That's a lot of EMC. Let's see how much we actually end up with. Yeah, okay, so that is the concern. So the problem is, because blaze rods count as a fuel, every time I put them in, it locks the table mode, and I can't pull them back out as matter. So I think we're going to need another, yeah, we need another Klein star to hold all this EMC. I mean, it's not a big deal, it's just a little annoying. And I actually all want it on 1 star. So let's fill that one up to capacity. Okay. So yeah, so we now can afford quite a bit of dark matter. So let me figure out what we can make here. So relay mark 2 red matters, which we can afford 1. Antimatter relays aren't bad, but if we can make a Mark II power flower, I think, yeah, I think a Mark II power flower is the winning move here. I'm just not sure the absolute best way to build them, because they're a little, well, we'll see here. Dark matter, antimatter relay. Yeah, we can make the relay no problem. The collectors... The collectors can be EMC'd, so we can get a handful of them basically right now. And the way the EMC collectors work is they just basically crank out EMC, and they can also convert fuel into... higher tier stuff, and they'll just convert over time. They're powered by sunlight. So we can get like a few we can get like 3 collector Mark II. So you know what? Let's do that. So we need a diamond block, furnace, and we just need some glowstone. Glowstone's a fuel as far as the table's concerned, so we just grab that, and then we craft it like that. We need some furnaces. We actually have some furnaces. So yeah, let's just do that. And then once I make one, I can just EMC the other ones. And I didn't take the glass. Alright. So that's a Mark 1. Let me teach that to the table. Mark 2, we just need a dark matter. That star is empty. That star has dark matter. And just more glowstone. Okay, so Mark 2 collector, and then we can teach, recover. let's grab some relays. So the Mark 1 relay is expensive, but yeah, that's not terrible, all things considered. So another diamond block. I need some obsidian, which I actually already have. All right. And then we just need a... Probably should have made that yet, but whatever. It's good to have... We would have needed it eventually, so I don't see it as a waste. I'm assuming it's just more obsidian. Yep, Mark II. Alright. So, let's make some power flowers. And cool, we even have more EMC in the chest, basically ready to go. Dump, dump, dump. Alright, so we have collector Mark IIs. So we can get 2 collector Mark IIs and we can get a relay. Actually, we have 2 relays, so let's see if we can get another collector Mark III. So basically the way these work, and then we just need a bunch of charcoal. The relays, what they do is they convert sunlight into EMC. We don't have enough to build a full power flower, but we can at least get the party started. So why don't we, where do we want to do it? I guess we can do it like right here. So one here, relay on top, and like that. And so we can then throw the charcoal in. You notice that now it's starting to convert to redstone, and then it's going to just continue this cycle, and then the power gets passed through the relay and into the collector. So this is basically just going to make free EMC. See, each time it runs this cycle, the item gets upgraded again and again. So I can just chuck this all in, and that's just going to become more and better items. So while that's going... Now, ideally, we'll hopefully be able to get some, like... we'll be able to get some Mark IIIs, because the Mark IIIs are really good. Yeah, we can't afford another one. Okay, so that's just basically going to run. Yeah, so you see the redstone goes here. When it finishes the stack, it ejects it out here on the left, and then it pulls in our charcoal and then the conversion process. And I believe it goes redstone, gunpowder, blaze powder, glowstone, alchemic fuel, Artemis fuel. Yeah. So that is basically just free power. Although I do wonder if I take this all out. Hold on. If I just put the Klein star in, yeah, you don't charge directly. And right now the relay is charging. Oh, you do actually charge up the star. Like, I don't have to deal with the intermediate steps. I can just stick that in there and you will charge over time. It's not fast, but it does work. Until it basically hits capacity. And it should... Yeah, I believe it's transferring all of its EMC. If I put one in here... If I break that... It's hard to tell how much of a difference. I'm pretty sure bottom works for that. But we can just let the star charge up while it's in there. I mean, it's still generating a decent amount of EU per tick. Not EU per tick, EMC per tick. Okay. So, while that's going, what do we work on? We can't afford the diamond blocks for the gate, so why don't we take a... Let's take a little look over here, and let's see if we can figure out what we work on next. Just to give us some idea of where to go. We can't do gated logic, because that is an obscene amount of... We need 2 full stacks of diamond blocks. And diamond blocks are expensive. Yeah, here's the throne of knowledge. I'm pretty sure this is where, yeah, you have to put 100 million EU into this system. Which we can't really do right now. I'm thinking... See, the thing is, I know the reward for the solar power quest is uranium, and I don't think I want to build a nuke. And yeah, I still can't actually do that quest. I have to do the one that gives me clay, which I'm pretty sure is blood, sweat, and tears. Which presents an interesting issue. I can't... Hold on, what is a nuclear... Does lead exist? Nuclear reactor. Advanced alloy reactor chamber. Oh crap, we could actually make this one. I think we can make... What does the nuke require? I don't see a crafting recipe. How do I make the nuke? Oh, I love the thing it says on the wiki page. The use of the nuke on SMP is not recommended. Okay. So yeah, it needs uranium, so we can't do that one until we do the quest that gives us clay. Which I think I'm just gonna have to look and see which one does that, because at this point clay is our current bottleneck. The only other way we could get clay is if we did it with UU matter, and that would suck for a lot of reasons. Advanced machines is what gives us clay. All right, let me take a screenshot of that because I'm currently also figuring out what the hell we're going to use for power. I believe generators generate 32 EU a tick consistently while they're burning. I'm pretty sure it's exactly one thing of EU. Oh no. Near depleted uranium cell. That means I actually have to build and run a nuclear reactor. Nuclear reactors from IC2 are jank at the best of times, but that's going to be kind of rough. All right, where's the advanced machines? Let's look at the so it's one up and to the left. Terraformer, rotary macerator. We already made that one. The MFSU shouldn't be bad. That's like the high voltage thing. Oh, I'm wrong. That's actually really terrible. Okay, it's bad. It's not... Yeah, it's bad, but it's not terribly bad. Terraformer, I believe that changes biomes, which has... that actually has implications. If we could change the biomes on the map, we can do stuff as far as bees are concerned. Let me see how this thing works. I've never used it. Okay, so terraforming blueprints, build a house. No, it just apparently builds terrain. I've never used one of these. So you can apparently... Yeah, so apparently you can cultivate flen, you can irrigate. So it basically just does mass terraforming of the world. It doesn't actually change the biome. We've already made a rotary macerator. An induction furnace would actually probably be like really nice. That's easy enough. Singularity compressor. I have no idea what that does. Geothermal generator. Alright, you know, why don't we just make all the machines... Alright, how are you doing? You're out of blaze rods, which assumes... Okay, you must have just run out because you're still just spinning down. Okay... So, given that's the case, I'm sort of mentally thinking about what to do here. I think we need like a stack of generators so we can power... Yeah. I'm pretty sure we're using exactly 32 EU a tick. Actually, can we make an EU reader so I can see how much power we're generating? Oh yeah, that's trivial. And you know what? I think I'm going to set these project tables up to make everything we need for cables and such. Let me see here. Can I get some sticky resin from the table, please? Yeah, we're just going to need a lot of rubber. I could make an extractor and get, like, better yields for it, but screw it. This is easier. And then let's grab some fuel. Yeah, let's just get that all cooking. Alright, that's fine. So let's also grab some stacks of copper. And in this project table, we'll just make copper wire. That. And then this one we will set the recipe. See, I don't want to pull that last one out because it'll lose the recipe then. Refined metal. Which we probably need to also make a bunch of. Can we make better furnaces? We can make iron furnaces. I don't know how much better they are. I'm assuming a decent bit. Induction furnace, I know in later EC2. Dark matter furnace would be absolutely amazing. I'm pretty sure we can't afford that as of yet, but we will be able to soon. Yeah, we're just basically going to need a lot of circuits for this. Also, we don't need these machines. Alright, let me throw that up on other screen. Yeah, like all these are going to take me a fair bit of time to make. And some of these machines we actually kind of want / need. Let's make some spare generators, because I think right now that is actually the single best thing I can do. Is I can just basically increase our power capacity, because we have to make... We need to make a fair bit of those advanced plates. Although I can make a fair bit more carbon fiber, but I'm going to want a lot more than that. So let's grab coal. We'll run this through the regular macerator. Ooh, that is painfully slow. Yeah, you're running at full speed now. And I'm assuming we just don't have the power. Oh no, you are actually running at full power. I think, oh yeah, you know what? It's probably because this got up to its full speed, so it's no longer going downhill. And then we can throw these in the compressor. We're basically want to make a stack of... Yeah, we're basically going to want to make a stack of the alloys, so we probably want another compressor. We can overclock them to make them better, but again, power be problem. Can we make like a good solar panel? Like, how bad are these to make? Because we have to make a high voltage one for the quest. So you need 8 of the low voltage ones, which needs 8 solar panels each. Aside from the fact that the coal dust sucks, it's not actually that bad. So I believe that generates a flat 32 EU a tick during the day. That would be 128. High voltage would be 512. And we need an HV one anyway, so if we could basically mass produce them, it would be ideal. And the only thing... The coal dust is the only thing there that's actually kind of hard. How about our overclockers? Alright, overclockers are not terrible. They're not great, but they're not terrible. I think we're going to want to get more refined iron going. So you know what? Why don't we try making some of those iron furnaces and see like if they're any good? It's not like they're expensive. And I just need some coal. Alright, let's see if these are, like, worth it at all. Well, I can stack them on top of everything, which is nice as compared to some other blocks. Alright, you go in. Wrong slot. I don't think that's any faster. But maybe... Yeah, let's get more refined metal going, because I'm pretty sure we're going to need it, and I'm not going to regret having it. Although... we have somehow managed to burn through basically all the EMC we did have. Yeah, let's just make a whole ton. This is basically the trick to surviving Greg Tech. I don't quite have enough coal. And then... where can I stick this furnace? I guess I can stick it here on the side. Okay, so that's a ton of refined metal cooking. The copper wire is going. I'm not even going to bother with an extractor, because unless we overclock it like crazy. Sorry, we are going to need an extractor, because we're going to need the cells. Oh, fuck, the cells won't stack. Oh, they might stack. Alright, so let me take a brief break. And I'll let because I'll also let the EMC build up, which would be kind of nice. So let me make a glass box of safety. I'm going to go on break. And I'll be back in a little bit. I'm back from break. Let me put the stream back up. God, I feel like crap, I'll be honest. Alright, so how's this doing? Oh, that's a lot of EMC. Let's clean this table out. Because this is about to get very useful. Where's the... I hope the other one's in the chest, because if I lost the other one, I'm going to be annoyed. That's a lot of EMC. In fact, that's so much EMC that we completely charged. Or are we just short of charged it? I hope the other one... Didn't I make 2 of these? And also, how... Oh, no, it's charging in here. Yeah, that's barely charged. Can we make the Mark IIIs? Like, the Mark IIIs are such an upgrade. We could afford 1 Mark III. Yeah, that's not worth it right now. So we'll just continue working with Blaze Power for now. It will be worth it later once we can afford it. But yeah, I think going for a high tier solar array actually makes sense. The problem is that coal dust is going to just suck to make. So let's automate our power. And when I say automate, let's just make it. Sorry, I'm a little bit like if I thought I would sleep, I'd end the stream and go lie down, but I know I won't. Let's make some generators, because we could just basically spam these. We just need the RE batteries. That's not what I wanted to click on. Yeah, we just need to make these batteries. And the batteries are easy. We have that. We just need tin. So let's just grab a stack of tin. We have redstone. Wait, I need the cables. And actually, since I need the cables, it should be done smelting by now. So let's grab more sticky resin. The table's locked. There we go. Yeah, let's just make a whole ton. We just want a ton of rubber. So you go in, you come out. You go in, you come out. In, out. In, out. In, out. Oh, no, that's not where I want that one. We want this in here. Let's grab a stack of cables. Yeah, you know what? I think I just want to make an entire stack of circuits if we've got... I don't think we have enough rubber to quite make that much, but we can make quite a bit. But we actually are going to need some... Yeah, let's make the generators first. And we can leave that in the table because it's 1 refined, 2, and then we can just pull out electrical circuits as we need them. So that's nice. Okay. So that goes there, that goes there, that goes there, that goes there. And I need the redstone. You know what? Let me take this auto crafting table because we're not using it. Because this holds its inventory, and that will be a nice quality of life upgrade. I could just use another project table, but I have this already. So let's just put the tin in. Cables go in, and then I just need the redstone. Which, of course, I have to focus the table to get. And then redstone. 2, 3. And then I can use regular crafting table like that. Actually, you know what? I'll make a few more RE batteries and we'll just hold on to them. They'll stack. Okay. So generator is machine block and furnace. Okay, easy enough. Stack of cobble. And we have the refined metal, so let's just make... Yeah, let's just make a stack of machine blocks. We will use them at the rate... For what we're about to do, we will use them. And then we make a stack of furnaces. Boink. And then let's just make this all into generators. So we also want to automate fuel going to the, you know, I do want to test this again because I tried the electrical engine to automate extraction. If it does work, it's nice. It's a little bit of a cable hell to make it all do stuff, but I don't think I care that much. Alright, let's see if we can do a little bit of automation. So let's pick up this generator. Alright, so generator's going to go here. I actually need some copper wire to wire these up. Did I put the generators in a box? I think I did. Yeah, I did. So if we take cobblestone transfer pipe and we basically run it like that, I'm hoping this will work. Buildcraft doesn't always work the way you expect it to work, unfortunately. And then if I put in wooden transport pipe here, I think I have a spare iron chest, which we can use for fuel. Because I remember picking one up. I guess not? Or did I use it somewhere? I must have used it. Or something. Yeah, I'm really not feeling so hot. Oh yeah, I must have burned it for EMC, but that's fine. I can just get back out. So we put the iron chest here. So my question is, if we use an electrical engine on there, I still need to power it somehow. But if I just put it there with a lever... Plug you in. And if I just throw blaze rods in... Oh, it does work. Okay, so I can use electrical engines. And then where do you go? Oh, you're going to go to the topmost generator first. That's kind of annoying. I'm assuming it will get in there. Or does it just go into a random... Oh, it goes into the wrong slot. Okay, that's a problem. How do I automate these then? Does it have to go into the bottommost slot? Like, I'm assuming I can pipe into these, because if I can't, that's really kind of sucky. Where do you go? Okay, so if you go in for the back, where do you end up? You end up in the top slot. Let me try piping it in from the bottom then, if I can. Yeah, let me try piping it in from the bottom, but I don't think it's going to make a difference. I don't think I can automate these. Also, I think I'm out of power. Oh yeah, maybe if I put something in the top slot, I can make it go into the right one. Alright, let me see here. So, the blaze rods are moving. I take those out. What slot do they go into? They do go into the bottom slot. Interesting. Okay, does it do that every time? So do I it looks like I have to pipe it in from the bottom? Yeah, if I pipe it into the bottom, it goes in. Okay, that's annoying, but that's not end of the world bad. I just have to rearrange the wires then. So what we can do then is we could just basically do this. I need more cobblestone pipe. So that goes there. And I'm pretty sure... See, I don't want it to loop into the box. So I think I have to move this, because... Or I think I have to come out too. And then I can basically go up and around. There is like a structural pipe you can use to block connections, but I don't think I can make it. So if I throw all my blaze rods in like this, and then we connect power along the top, like this, into the battery box. All right, so does that work? So that put a full stack in. That's heading along this way on the pipe. Yeah. With Buildcraft pipes, the way it works is it'll basically just bounce around, or it will fall out of the pipe if it can't find like a valid destination. That's a little obnoxious, but I think we can work with that. So let me move this chest, move the engine, and then you give me back the lever. So if we put the fuel box right there, And then wooden transport pipe. There. Put the engine there. Power. And I can just run power like this to the engine. And that should do it. I can then run another line out the top for more generators. But that should be... Yeah, that should be tons of power. Okay, cool. And then this becomes more carbon fiber. And then, right, this needs to be actually be compressed a second time. To make carbon mesh. There we go. Oh no, they do pop out of the pipe. I guess we can work with this. We just have to be... Red power would be a better way of handling this, but I can't make any of the deployers from that, so... Or we just fill it up by hand from time to time, which I think is actually probably the right solution. Yeah, I think that's exactly what I'm going to do. So we can use electrical engines, though, to... You know, I thought I was able to wrench wire before. Maybe I imagined that. Well, it works on that. Yeah, I think we're just going to have to fill these up by hand. Okay, that's not a big deal. So we put 3 generators like that. We run the power line on top, and then we put more generators on top of that. All right, that's a bit scuffed, but it does work, so I guess I just don't care. And if I need more power, we'll just put more power in. Okay. That's our electrical system solved. At least for now. We're still going to need overclockers, compressors, and transformer upgrades, but... that should be... So if each generator is generating 32 EU a tick, which I believe... Let me see how much each generator actually makes. I'm pretty sure it's 32 EU a tick. EU IC2. Also, I realized it was still on break, so I'm hoping that doesn't go all that crazy. So generators... Okay, so each one generates 10 EU a tick, at least according to this. Which is really not a lot of power. So we're generating... The geothermals actually generate more power. And I can automate that fairly easily with an alchemical chest because lava cells have a EMC value. Yeah, I can just EMC the lava cells for geothermics. Honestly, that probably would have been a better way to do this. Oh, yeah, but they do take generators, so, like, it's not like I've lost anything. Yeah, you know what? Let's do that. Let's make that upgrade, because the blaze rods are more more valuable as EMC than not. And we can just basically make a stack of what we need when we need it. All right. So that was a failed attempt at automation. We have one geothermal and we have a bunch of generators. So what do we need? Just empty cells. And I'd also need lava cells, but who's counting? Bucket. Lava cell. Let's grab we'll grab 4 stacks. That's a good starting point. Generator. I need some tin. Wow, that generated a lot more cells than I was expecting. I'm short 1 glass to convert the last generator, but I do not care. Let's throw the empty cells in here. Grab the lava cells. Yeah, because I could pump in the lava, and that actually wouldn't even be all that terrible to do. Okay, that needs... The roof needs to be extended by a block, because if it rains, then all these explode. But I'm not going to worry about automating this until, like, I really need to. So, yeah, that goes in. That goes in. And that goes in. And that should generate a nice amount of power. Let me grab some more lava cells. Bucket goes in to focus the table. Yeah, the biggest problem is they're going to flicker. And someone's dinging me. But... Oh, yep, nope. The news is that the Minecraft soundtrack has now been inducted into the Library of Congress. Which is pretty nice. Alright, so we now have power. We now have a lot of power. So... Given that we now have a lot... Yeah, we're completely maxed out. And you know what? I can also charge up my screwdriver while I'm here. The only downside is we're going to have to look at those flickering, but we don't see that from over here, so who cares? Alright, so power problem solved. 7 generators going full tick. 20 EU a tick, if I understand the math correctly. We should basically be good to go for power for quite a while. I would love overclockers, because then we can make some of these machines really fast. Coolant cells is just water in an extractor. So let's make an extractor and let's start making those. Extractor, 4 tree taps, an electrical circuit, and a machine block. Okay. That's literally, that is trivial. I have 1 tree tap as is. Grab some wood. And do I have an electrical circuit? I do have an electrical circuit. Hold on, I gotta make the tree taps first. Two, 3. So there's the extractor. So we can place that basically right there. That gets full power. Let's go make a whole block of coolant cells. Oh, this is gonna suck to fill up. I can automate it with a Buildcraft pump, a tank, and a fluid canning machine. So I can get automated water in cells fairly easily. I don't know if I care that much. I mean, this is not that slow. Also, I wonder if I can get a dark matter pickaxe yet. I mean, we have silly amounts of EMC right now. Six, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Alright, let's chuck these all in the extractor. Oh boy, that is slow. So overclockers are 3 in a circuit. So that's going to give us like 20 overclockers when that craft is complete. Which is nice. Is there a better extractor? Yeah, there's the centrifuge extractor. And it's very similar. I'm assuming it's similar to how this one works. Like it must spin up and crap. So maybe that's like worth making. Which tells me it's time to make a bunch of mixed metal alloys. So let's throw that in. That's not what we want. We want a ton of bronze. Stack of tin. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to make a full stack of this stuff. Stack of bronze. And what's the third component? Refined iron. I don't think we have that much. Well, I cooked up a lot, so it should still be in here. Yeah, we do actually have. Yeah, we have enough. Yeah, let's just make a full. Yeah, we're just gonna make a full stack of the crap, just so we don't have to care. Alright. You know what? We end up with 2 stacks. That's fine. That goes into the compressor. And gets compressed. Perfect. While that's going, let's get some more coal macerating. Actually, we only can do a stack at a time, so we'll just grab a stack. Yeah, like, another rotary macerator. You know what? Hold on. If I throw the coal in. Yeah, I mean, look how fast that grinds it as compared to the other one, the single block. And it doesn't have an EMC value, so it shouldn't... Yeah, it doesn't get consumed. That is a really nice amount of EMC. Let me make a portable tablet so we can, like, dump that. I'm wondering what we can do with all that EMC, to be honest. I think we're going to have to make the next level a star. So let me grab one. We don't quite have enough. Let me grab a bunch of blaze rods. Let's top up the table. And we'll just pull it all out as blaze rods so we don't lose it. What can I pull this out as? I can pull those out as diamonds. You go in, and then we can combine these for the next level of star. In you go. Yeah, that holds a lot of EMC. So I am wondering if we can get the dark... So yeah, let's first make the transmutation the portable one. It's lit... Oh, it's DM blocks. That's just 4 DM. I think, you know, I think that's a worthwhile investment. Just for the quality of life. 1, 2, 2, 3. We did not have enough. Fortunately, we have a lot of blaze rods. Boink, 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 and boink. In you go. I do need another transmutation table. If I put this, you don't focus in a useful way. Oh, yes, you do. All right, so the portable tablet is, and then it's just stone. Perfect. Because stone we got. So you know what? Hold on. What was the dark matter furnace? Or I can make that pick, which would be like an awesome upgrade. I'm not going to worry about it right now. So DM furnace. You need 8 blocks of dark matter, but you know I can recycle it if it's garbage. So I think we have enough. 2, 3, 4. We actually do have enough to make the Uber furnace. Let's see how good this thing is, because if this furnace is like god tier, let's see if this is, let's see how good this is. Where do I put it? You know what, you can live there. All right, let's... Okay, so it does 8 stacks of stuff. That does a lot. All right, hold on. Yeah, let's make as much room here in my inventory as I can possibly make. That furnace basically used almost all my EMC up. All right, no, I don't want fuel, I want matter. So we make an iron pickaxe, we burn it. Yeah, so the way I'm starting to get the hang of actually focusing the table, but it is not an intuitive process to make it work. I don't think bronze takes us where we want to go. I think if I put tin in, because I need to get to rubber tree sapling. Hopefully I actually have one in here. Oh, actually I have sticky rubber in here, or sticky resin. All right, let's see what this thing does. So if I want to just cook like all of that, grab some more blaze rods so I can get some fuel. Like we've gone up several tiers of EMC stuff. So I guess let me just put grab a stack of alchemical coal, and let's just see if this is any good. The fact that I can queue up 8 stacks is actually quite nice, and that's pretty fast. So, okay, that's probably a worthwhile investment. I know the red matter furnace, like RM furnace, I know this one gets kind of stupid. Yeah, it's not even all that hard to upgrade it down the line. So, yeah, see, it's already finished to stack out. So, that was probably worth it. And since the coal dust is done, let's make more carbon mesh. You've only made 22. How's the extractor coming? Oh, for the love of hell, those don't stack. Those don't stack. Alright, well, if they don't stack, then we need a box. Yeah, we need a box, and we need a transport pipe. Box, engine, transport pipe. So where am I? How am I going to power this? All right, let me move that wire. No, that wire has to be there because that's where the extractor goes. And that's going to go like 6 different directions. Oh, you know what? I can go under. And then that goes there. I don't even need a good engine for this. I think I can just use a redstone engine because it's not that fast. We just need a lot of those. So, do I have a redstone engine? I do have a redstone engine. Yeah, we're going to need to make a cable run though. Alright, so place that there. And apparently I can't place a lever upside down, so we'll do it here. Activate. And it's not pulling out the cell? Is the transport pipe facing the wrong way? Can it not extract? Oh, it might have to be extracted from the sides. Yeah, it's not getting extracted. It might have to be extracted from the sides. Which, if that's the case, that's kind of annoying, but let's find out. Which causes that pipe to go completely crazy. Okay. Can I extract it like this? I need the redstone engine. This is becoming pure spaghetti. Yeah, I have this horrible sensation it can only be extracted from the sides. Which means I'm going to have to move that machine. But let's just see if we can get it like this. And then switch the pipe around. Nothing. It's really going out of my way to be annoying. All right. So let's put the bricks back down. Well, it does look like I lost a bunch of bricks. I guess I can put it here. Extractor, pipe. Engine. Lever. And then, because I have to make them one at a time, that's going to suck. Although maybe the upgrade version of the machine will be sane if this one isn't. All right, so that's making the extractor. We need 6 cells. Wait for that to pulse. Okay, that did extract, so it has to be extracted from the sides. That's annoying, but like, whatever. I can live with it. Yeah, I can live with that. I wish I didn't feel so terrible. All right, so we were working on make all these really expensive machines. Rotary macerator, induction furnace, recycler. Let's see how far along we can actually get in making these at this point. Because at this point, if we don't have the resources to do it... Ooh, that is nice. Like, that is just, like, nice quality of life. And you know what? I'll throw in some iron, and we will... Ooh. Put some iron... And it only used 2 alchemical coal, so yeah. That furnace is actually quite useful. Alright, so the first thing we need to make is an MFSU. That needs advanced circuits, which... Yeah, that's trivial. The Lapitronic crystal, so we just basically need a lot of circuits. Let me grab a bunch of copper out of the table. And then let's just make circuits. And just like that, it's all magically gone. All right. So, yep, stack of circuits. So that's going to make this entire process less miserable. That one's going to be kind of miserable because those batteries do not stack. But we have the carbon plates, and we have the advanced alloys. Yeah, so... We have the lapis, we have the glowstone. I don't know how many advanced circuits we're going to need. I know I have carbon... Yeah, there it is, carbon mesh. So let's start crafting. So machine frame. We need 4 energy crystals and 4 cables. The energy crystals are diamonds and redstone. 1, 2, 3, 4. And these will not stack, which is going to suck, but what can you do? Okay. Need a bunch of wires. Because how many? Yeah, so each one of these is going to require circuits and energy crystals. So it's just going to be annoying to craft this. It's a bunch of micro crafting, but it's not actually terrible at this point. And then we need you, and you. And that is the lower tier one. We now need even more diamonds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We actually need more redstone. Yeah, because you need 6 lapatrons. So make some room in the inventory. And then we deal with the most annoying crafting process in this pack. All right, 4, 6. You need 2 circuits each and lapis. And then I just have to basically do it one at a time like that. 2, 4, 5. Okay. You need an advanced machine frame. Yeah, the inventory clutter is getting a little painful. So grab another one of those. Machine frame. Advanced machine frame. And then what was the and you just need one advanced circuit. Begun the long crafting process has. I probably should make more than one, but I'm not sure how many we're actually going to need. So I'm not going to worry about it. That being said, I can feel my wrist locking up from all this clicking. All right, MFSU, that is the first item off the list. I probably need a better... Yeah, I can put it here in this box. That is the first one off the list. Whew. That was some crafting to make that thing. So terraformer is another advanced circuit, another advanced machine frame, and glowstone dust. Let's see if we can get some more carbon plate. I think we're going to need it. The advanced circuits we have a lot of. Yeah. And I don't want the blaze rods going into there, but that's fine. Alright, yeah. Cool, that just finished, so we can get some more carbon fiber going. Yeah, why don't we just make... Yeah, let's just make a whole bunch of those advanced circuits, because they're kind of a pain to make. And I can make the regular ones easy enough. Alright. Dirt. So you are a regular circuit. You're that. And that. So that's that. We need another machine frame. We have to upgrade you to advanced. Then we need some dirt. right, that's 2 down. All right, so now we need our rotary macerator. The induction furnace, I was going to make one for our actual use, but I think all things considered, it doesn't actually make sense. I think the DM furnace is just going to be better versus the entire process it would take to make an induction furnace be worthwhile. Like, these can be really stupidly good. So we basically, yeah, we just need copper, electrical furnace, and another advanced machine block. So what is... It's an iron furnace and electrical circuit. Well, I know where I can get an iron furnace. So iron furnace, electrical circuit, and I need more redstone. We are burning for that EMC really quickly, but we should be fine. I think we've got basically everything we need already crafted up. So now you need to become an advanced machine frame. Like that. We just need some copper. I don't know, like, there is a part of me that's wondering, it's like, what am I doing in my life playing Minecraft at 1 in the morning in Greece? And I actually skipped a machine. We have to still do the rotary macerator. Rotary... Okay, yeah, that's trivial. Please tell me I have flint still in the box. No, I do have gravel, though, so I can just put it down until I get a flint. Because I haven't figured out how to get flint out. I haven't figured out the path to get flint out of this table. Alright. Let's keep going. It's going to feel good to get another quest knocked out. Oh, I don't have cobblestone. Damn it. I should probably be doing this. See, I'm doing it in the regular table. And maybe I shouldn't be. Maybe I should be doing it in a project table. So when I forget an item, I don't have to click it out. What would it take to make another auto crafting bench? That's just one gears. Yeah, why don't I make another one? I mean, they're basically just tinker tables. And we somehow get the achievement for making a crafting table. Alright, where am I going to stick you? Yeah, you can sit there. Behold, a crafting table that holds its inventory. Oh, I already made the macerator, so I don't need to make another one. We do need an advanced machine frame. That carbon fiber is going fast. Fortunately, I've got another batch of it cooking. Or at least I have the coal dust cooking. Alright, so rotary macerator. Next one up is the recycler, but let me make sure I actually have... You're done. You're still cooking. But I can get you... Yeah, it requires so much coal dust. And then I'll make another 8. So you can go into the compressor. Okay, so rotary macerator. Next one we need is a recycler, which is a compressor. Okay, that is trivial to make that one. If we ever make UU matter, and I'm pretty sure we're going to have to, we're going to need a bunch of recyclers, but do I have stone in here? No, but I can get it easily enough. One. It's weird how all these recipes like take dirt. And what was the last bit? And then, okay, recycler, singularity compressor, all right, that doesn't actually look that bad. Like, it is a lot of crafting, but modern versions of EC2 are a lot worse in this regard. Like, so there we go. There's that. So now, wait, did I make the wrong machine, or did the recycler also use a compressor at space? Yeah, I think, oh no, it did use a recycler at space. All right, well, that's easy enough. Stone. And obsidian. And that is another machine down, free to go. All right, so we need the mass fab, the geothermal generator. Actually, I can just steal one of the ones we have for that. Mass fabricator. Ooh, that's an expensive thing. The only one that's actually annoying to make there is the lapatronic crystal, though. So we just need a diamond, some redstone. Two electrical circuits. Let me grab some, I just made a mess. Let me just grab another stack of lapis out of the table. That goes in. Lapatronic energy crystal. And then we need two, let's see here. Wow, we used a lot of refined metal. I'm happy we made so much. This is like just intense crafting. Lapatronic crystal, glowstone, and advanced circuits. Mass fab. Cool. Geothermic generator, we can just yank, or you can just yank one of the ones off our power system, because we're not using them all. So that's easy enough. And then we just need the centrifuge. Extractor. Oh, good. We already made. Oh, it's electrolyzed water cells. How do we make that? I'm assuming they have to just go through a electrolyzer. Okay, so we need to make another machine. Okay, that is trivial to make. That is legitimately just simple to make. let's clear some crap of this inventory. Let's see here. Electrolyzer, 4 copper wire, machine block. Yeah, that's no problem. Machine block. All right. So let's go fill. We need to fill up a bunch of water cells. And then we can just start the process. How are you going? Oh, cool. That is completely filled with coolant cells. And you are now pooping them out on the ground because, of course, you are. Okay. This is fine. We'll just put those in. Nothing's happening. Oh, it has to be directly placed next to an MFE or MFSU. It cannot... Oh. Okay. So that means we have to make an MFE because I don't have the machine for that. Also, we need to start making overclockers. But yeah, we need an MFE. So... That's a medium. So that must be that's a medium voltage tier machine, which means we need another 4 flipping energy crystals. Of course we do. It's fine. This is fine. I'm astounded at how quickly all that EMC went. And good thing I did it in this crafting table because I forgot to make the machine block. Alright. So MFE. So this should be simple enough. So all we should actually have to do is plug it in there. And that generates 100, yeah, so that generates medium voltage air power. We need the electrolyzer. And then that go there. It must be placed next to an MFE. Is this in the wrong? Maybe it has to be... like here. They accept water cells, and depending how full it is, oh, the MFE has to fill up. Okay, so this actually has to be like, that's going to take a little bit. All right, I'm just going to stretch my legs while that charges up. It's good thing we upgraded the power infrastructure, but yeah, that needs to be almost completely full for this to work. I should have probably put it in a better position, but also I don't care. Yeah, that's actually going to take quite a bit of time for that to fill up. That's a little annoying. Yeah, it has to get to 70% for it to reach its level. So want to look at something. If I look at my YouTube Creator Studio. All right, well, I haven't actually seemed to have lost much more in terms of subscriber count. So I think it was just after live streaming after a long break is why I lost a bunch of subscribers, which is annoying, but whatever. So we just put that in there and we just let this charge. So it says, the wiki says it has to get to like 75% of a charge level. And we're probably, if each one of these are generating 20, 40, 60, 80, 100. So we're basically generating medium. We're just short of actual medium voltage electricity with this setup. So you're still not doing anything. It's a product of electrolyzer when placed next to an MFE or MFSU. Each water cell generates a lot. Oh yeah, there it goes. Well, it's going. Oh wow, that is going to be slow. I'm assuming when the MFE basically gets up to full, it will be, yeah, I'm assuming once it actually gets... Basically, this is a way to buffer power. How many of these do I actually need? Because that's going to take a while to craft. But, yeah, I'm really happy we upgraded the power. So, centrifuge extractor. We probably are going to want a few of these. Because... Oh, 2, 4, 6, 7. Yeah, that's going to take a bit. Because it hasn't even finished the first one. And all these are completely filled. That buffer's filled. Oh, lordy. I can't even speed this machine up. It doesn't take overclockers. I think the answer is I make a second one and we see if we can split the load. How bad were the electrolyzers? They weren't, it wasn't bad. Yeah, it's circuit cells and a machine block. Let's see if we can just make a second one and make this go a little faster. Cells. Oh, I actually had a spare machine block. Oh, wow. Electrolyzer, circuits, wires. Yeah, we should have everything. I am actually starting to feel a little bit tired. I'm not quite at the point where I think I would sleep, but I do think it's getting close. And if that's the case, it would be wonderful. The question is, if I do this... Okay, yeah, I can actually put multiple blocks next to it and speed it up that way. I almost wonder if I should make a third one. Yeah, actually, I think I will, because that is kind of an obnoxiously long processing time, even by the standards of this mod. We do have... Actually, you know, let's just make some more Alright, you know, let's just do a little bit of, like, renovation and cleanup work. Like, let's go put all the blaze rods into... Yeah, so we take you out. This was not generating... Oh, are you out of coal? Yeah, you're out of coal. And you will not run on blaze rods. Okay. This is fine. But now we have a ton of EMC again. So let's grab 2 stacks of charcoal. Rest goes into the star. I really love this this automated / manual base. Okay, that should do the trick. And then that's just going to keep going. They do last a long time though, so... how are these cells coming along? Got one there. That one's about to finish. Yeah, I think a 3rd electrolyzer is called for. And we have the machine block. Almost wondering if I should... Yeah. This is the trick to dealing with slow machines in any mod. Just make more of them. And then... Yeah, there we go. Let me make a bunch more water cells, so... I don't know if we're going to need those for any other crafting process, but... If we do, it'll be nice to have. We can also make some overclockers in a little bit, because we have the full set chest of cells. Yeah, let's just split that in. That is obnoxiously slow. All right, that's 3. It's about to be 4, and that one is just getting warmed up. So, yeah, you know what? I'm going to make yet another one. We're just going to make this... We're just going to basically multi-thread this as much as we can. It's not like they're expensive. Apparently the idea of these machines is they're designed to buffer excess power. I don't know why you would ever really need that with this mod. Like, in Industrial Craft 2 in general, it's not like power's hard to come by. Yep, there we go. And that's electrolyzing. That's 4, so we need 3 more, and then we can craft it. And God, this is just becoming spaghetti. This is like become proper industrial craft spaghetti. Let me see here. Is anyone talking in chat tonight? No, doesn't look like it. I also have no idea what that wireless remote is or this wireless map. Triangulator, wireless receiver. Yeah, like, I have no idea what half these items are. I'm also not sure where we go next. I'm assuming we're going to go into red power, because once we have the clay, we can get bricks. And once we can get bricks, we can start diving into red power. Five... 6. Hey, Lucy. As soon as I turn in this quest, I'm going to take a break. I think if I just go for another hour, I will actually be able to sleep, because streaming for me actually takes a lot out of me. And one of the unfortunate things about chronic health issues is you have limited spoons, but if I can actually sleep tonight, it'd be wonderful. Then tomorrow I can do Greek study when I get up. I will hopefully be able to use my desktop. The biggest problem with using the desktop right now is I just have no way I can... The problem is that this place only has wireless. Like, there's really, like, nothing I can do about that. So I have to basically build a wireless network that can handle the everything. So electrolyzer aside, that wasn't actually a bad quest, and I just need an extractor. Did I make an extractor by any chance? No. All right, we just have to make one real quick. Extractor is just for tree taps. Oh wow, we're basically out of refined iron. I'm shocked at how much refined iron we went through crafting all those machines. We must have gone through like what, several stacks of the stuff. There we go. Extractor. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Centrifuge. All right, that's the last machine. So let me confirm this before I toss them all in the box. So we have the MFSU, we have the terraformer, rotary macerator, induction furnace, recycler, singularity compressor, mass fab, geothermic generator, and centrifuge extractor. Oh, and also I gotta throw that coal dust into the compressor. Because at the rate we're making machines, I'm going to need even more advanced machine frames in a little bit. So, yeah, let's just have that. That's just going to be nice to have. Alright. Yeah, we're good to go. Let's go grab all these machines and let's go turn them in. Alright, so that should be advanced machine should light up. I always get nervous during this step, like, did something go wrong? Oh, and there it is. So that is another part of the pyramid done. Alright, so where was that one? It's, yeah, I think it's this one. Advanced machines, and that gives us silver, and that gives us clay. I don't know what we use silver for. I haven't seen any recipes that need it. Aside from the... yeah, hold on. I actually just want to duplicate this stuff right out. Of course that didn't work as I intended. Okay, now I need to get the clay back out of the table, which is a little easier said than done. Let's try obsidian. That doesn't bring me anywhere useful. Let's try putting wood in. Sticky resin. Oh, there it is, clay. So we'll teach the table clay balls or clay bricks. Throw a stack in and we'll make bricks. And we'll also teach it brick blocks. And also that means we can build with brick. And then we can also teach it silver. Oh, that was legitimately an experience. So gated logic, we still need an obscene amount of EMC to make it. Like 64 diamond, 128 diamond blocks is just, no, we're not there yet. Also, we have random sheep here. The rings probably would not be difficult at this point. I'm pretty sure our EMC is up to the task. Blood, sweat, and tears would probably be doable. That's all potions, but I would have to complete the quest that gives us Nether wart, which I have no idea which one does that. Blood and water. That's all the fluid ones. We can't do that one. Small but mighty. Shit ton of energy isn't hard. We just kind of need to do it. And I'm going to have to build a nuclear reactor in this world to get near depleted uranium. So I'm thinking the rules of the map say I can build cables on this. So I think for the energy, when it comes time to build a nuke, we will just stick one here. Yeah. That's a lot of EU. And the Throne of Knowledge. I mean, granted, when this map came out, I don't even think there was all that many wikis. Like, I don't remember there being good ones for Technic back in the day. So, let's see what the rings require. I'm assuming the rings are basically just EMC all the way. And where did that skeleton come from? Like, do I have a dark spot up here? Or, like, that should be bright enough. That's all slabs. I legitimately don't know where he came from. Alright. So let's look at some of these. So this one up here is the... Yeah, we don't have the Fires of Hell. We just don't have the EMC for that. Oh, we have that mushroom over here. I'm surprised it hasn't fallen off. Suits are uncharged. Like, if we want to make a nano helmet for the nano... How bad is this going to be? Okay, you know what? That's actually not that bad, aside from needing carbon plate. I can't get the near depleted uranium cell yet. The nano stuff isn't hard. How about the quantum stuff? Iridium. Oh, flip. That means we actually have to make UU matter. That's going to be a process. We're going to need a lot of... How much iridium do we need? 2, 4, 8, 10 plates of your iridium to actually knock that one out. How much UU matter? How many UU matter? So the way UU matter works in this one is it actually exists as an item. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's 7 UU matter per iridium. Which... And we need... if we use scrap with the mass fabricator, it's 166 EU per cycle. So that's... It's a little bit of an ask of our power system, but it's certainly doable. Yeah, like, I'm pretty sure we could actually knock this one out. The uranium cell is a little bit of a problem because I don't have access to uranium yet. I'm thinking the rings are what we want to head for next. How bad are these going to be? Like... Ooh, I need to get snow. How do I get snow? I can get ice in world. Are you fucking kidding me? I need a silk touch pick? Oh, fuck me. That's actually really hard. I don't have access to reeds. I don't have a good experience farm. And in this version of the game, we're going to be enchanting a lot of crap to get a fucking silk touch pick. Does the dark matter pick have silk touch on it? Like, please? Because if I can't pick up the water, that... Let's see here. Let me see here. I'm an adult. So it has 4 different modes. Yeah, no, I'm going to have to enchant a diamond pick and get fucking silk touch. Is there a way to get balls of enchanting? No, of course not. That's standard recipe. Oh my god, that's going to be really fucking irritating. Unless there's another way to get ice that I'm unaware of. Because I need 1 ice to duplicate it with... And that means I need the actual item. I can't just have it in the world unless there's a way to make, like, ice pop up. Oh, wait. Maybe there is a way. I wonder if a block breaker, if it were to mine ice, would give me the ice block. Let me just see if it actually works. Redstone signal to its face. You'll pump the item in. If used on a table, using a block breaker on ice will not produce anything. No, so I have to actually silk touch the damn thing. And for me to get silk touch, I have to get reeds. To get reeds, I have to UU matter it. It's the only way I can... Oh wait, I can probably get ice with UU matter. I can probably get ice with UU matter. Yeah, I'm almost certain that I can get ice with UU matter. Let me look at the recipes for it. Tin ore, like I can get all the ores that way. I can get clay that way. I can get glowstone. I can get moss stone, which actually is kind of nice. It gives me some blocks to decorate with. Get sandstone. I can get snow with UU matter. Okay, so that sidesteps the first part of that problem. I still can't get ice directly, but is there anything else here I care about? I can get snowballs. I can get sticky resin. I can get vines. Yeah, I think the only... Yeah, I think we're going to have to make some UU matter. I think that's going to be the next step. I'm pretty sure we can make all the other rings, but let's look at the actual recipes, because I feel like that's the next thing. I also want to see what they do, because some of them might be cool. I've never really played with the items in EE2 before. So we can now do this quest. Aside from, what does a collector Mark III require? Oh yeah, no, I can make that. That's easy enough. It's expensive, but I can make that. Solar helmet, solar panel IC2, LV, MV, and H3 solar array. Which is, this will be rough, but this isn't actually all that bad when you get right down to it. It's just we need a lot of coal dust. But at least we don't need it as carbon fiber. Alright, we've done that one. So let me look at the rings. So yeah, we finished that one. Nova Catalyst. Because we also need to make the flipping nuke. And to get the nuke, we need uranium. So that's going to be a bit of a process. Let's see. Let's look at the rings. Because I want to see if there's anything, like, really cool in them. Alright, that's gated logic. We still can't do that one. Where were the rings? I think they were over here. Solar panel. Reactor chamber. I am kind of putting off the bee breeding. It's going to be a process. Like I said, I don't mind bees normally, but I suspect this is going to be kind of rough in this version. So how far away are we from a watch of flowing time? It's 2.5 million EMC for the pedestal. And the watch itself is actually pretty cheap. When the watch is going, does it just affect machines around you? Like, I almost use it in a pedestal. The watch of flowing time charges it. When the clock is on, it it has to be on a pedestal for it to work. And it goes to a maximum speed of 10x, which requires 35 flipping pedestals. Each watch increases the process by 7%. Oh, that's going to suck. That's legitimately going to suck. I'm going to go on break while I think about what we do next, because at this point we're about halfway done with the monument. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We're about 11% of the way. We're a third of the way from the monument, although the next few are not terrible. Question mark? I have not seen the April Fool's version for this year. I don't think I've ever played any of the April Fool's versions. I might do that at some point, but I think right now I'm going to take a break, and then I'm going to decide what we're going to do going after that. So let me hit the AFK screen. I'll hit the break timer on YouTube, and I'm going to go stretch for a bit. Alright, I'm back from break. Alright, let me bring the stream up. I'm really starting to fade, but I'm not quite ready to sleep yet. I'm not even sure I will if I lie down. I think if I lie down at 3 o'clock, there's a decent chance I'll pass out. Like, I'm definitely on my last legs, which is actually a good thing because of how badly I slept last night. I think we can knock out the solar panel quest if I just grind it. I don't think there's anything all that bad in it. I'm not sure what it unlocks. No, it unlocks. We have the apiary, the solar helmet. What does that require? It's the only one I don't know offhand. Solar helmet. Okay, that's trivial. Random sheep just dropping in. Hold on, let me take a better screenshot than that. The Collector Mark III is a little bit expensive, but we can afford one. We just need some red matter for that. I could definitely get behind Craft Mine. Maybe I'll try playing that after I finish this, because I wasn't intending to do this as a multi-part stream, but honestly, this is probably the most fun I've had in Minecraft in quite a long time, and I find this... It's proving to be a good thing for the really crappy nights. So low tier voltage array is easy. The medium tier is kind of irritating, and the high tier, like, I'm pretty sure the way you're intended to do this is you're supposed to build a giant logistical pipe system. I watched Direwolf's playthrough of this probably 8 years ago, and I remember some parts of it because I use that video as a reference on how to build a logi pipe system, but I feel like it's just not needed. So the only thing that's actually hard to make here, what is the high voltage, is the really good solar array, and we're going to want these for our own base. So if we can, let me close the door because I have to draft. Yeah, let's see if we can just basically. Let's see, how bad are these? The transformers are not bad at all. So it really is just from the fact that we have to make quite literally stacks of this crap. So we're going to need like 4 stacks of coal dust. Which is actually completely doable. It's just going to take a little bit of time. Yeah, why don't we see how far we can actually get on making those. How are we doing on coal dust? Oh, wow, that is a lot of EMC. Let's, you know, we can afford that tablet now, so why don't we, do the tablet thing and make it. Because let me see how much EMC we actually end up with, because if we end up with a crap ton of EMC, as long as I keep emptying that out regularly, it will be a good thing. So we need like 4 dark matter. Yeah, we do. And suddenly that all the EMC we had just disappeared. So for the portable tablet, that was what? 4 dark matter. Yeah, it's just the blocks, and those just craft like this. Dark matter blocks. Do these craft back? They don't craft back. Interesting. It's probably the other way around. Oh no, wasn't it stone and not dark matter? Probably sure it was stone. It's interesting how it's not like 6 different mods interacting with each other. Like, I really kind of appreciate the simplicity. They say playing on the cool, it's EMC on the go. All right, let's dump the inventory so we can just. Okay, my chests are getting a little full. I think an upgrade to diamond chests is about to come in order. So, yeah, we come over here. Let's You know what? I just had a better idea of how we get the EMC out of this table. Yeah, I just had a brilliant idea. Let me turn off. Yeah. Hopefully I have enough for one more dark matter. I do. Alright, which one is the extraction pipe? This one. Let me turn that off so it stops extracting. And then we put that in there. And that's just going to turn it all into dark matter, and I don't have to do, like, inventory crap. That is a lot of EMC. Oh, that is beautiful. So each one of these is what? Yeah, so we're going to have, like, 1,000,000 EMC to play with once this is done. Yeah. I'm definitely starting to fade. That's actually a really good thing. It's nice to just be able to sheep, where are you pushing me? I'm hoping it doesn't void the excess, although I don't actually care all that much. I'll take that out. Take out all that dark matter, and then, yeah, convert you. Boink! That is a lot of EMC. 2,000,000 EMC for us to play with. Basically any way we want. So, the first thing I think we want to do is we want to make a ton of coal. So if I want to make coal... we need the coal dust, and this is the only way to get it. And then I can turn the extraction pipe back on. How are you doing on, yeah, you're good for fuel. I don't have to fuel you up right now. Ooh! Random hole in the base. Yeah. So each one generates, yeah, so each one generates exactly one. I can overclock this machine to make it go even faster. I don't think that has, like, any actual use to us, but we'll see. So let me actually do the math. So we need solar array. So each one of these is 3, so we need 8 for one. So 64. 64 times 8. 256. That doesn't sound right. 64. So yeah, we actually need quite a few stacks of... Alright, you know what? I know exactly what to do here. So instead of doing blaze rods, let me switch you to coal. And then we're just going to let it... Yeah, we're just going to let it do that. You take out the blaze rods. Coal go in. Yeah, we got to take out the blaze rods. And we also need to filter out the coal dust. Okay, it is literally just dropping that in the void. I've made a really efficient system for making things go right into the void. And yeah, you need a filter there, so you'll let the coal go in. And then we can just... Yeah, we can just let that do that. Because we're going to need, like, 8 stacks of coal dust to do this, so that's going to take some time. I could try overclocking the regular macerator. I think we're going to have to build, like, 3 more of these to increase our EMC production. How are we doing? Yeah, like, we've got a stack of it right now. Actually, we already have 3 stacks, so maybe once that's done processing, we'll be good. Alright, so besides that, what else do we actually need? We are going to need literal stacks of circuits. Hold on, let me sit here with a calculator and actually figure this one out. The generators aren't bad. They're a little pricey, but they're definitely not terrible. So low voltage solar array. So each one is 3. So 3 times 8. So we need 24 coal dust for each low voltage one. We need 2 circuits for 8. So 8 times 8. So 8 of these. Oh yeah, this is gonna suck. We need 512 solar panels to make 1 high voltage. Which makes perfect sense. A solar panel makes 1 EU a tick, and then high voltage makes 512. So times 3, so we need, divide by 64. We need 24 stacks of coal dust. We also need 16 stacks of circuits. The circuits aren't terrible. We're going to need quite a few resources to make those, but it is not... Yeah, it's not terrible to make that. And we actually need a bit more than that. So, let me chuck in a dark matter because we're going to need a lot more coal dust. Yeah. No, that's not actually what I want. Coal. Yeah, that looks about right. And then we'll just let that all macerate. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 times 64. So basically all that coal dust, I think I need to actually do more. I'm just going to let it do quite literally the whole enchilada. Because we're going to want probably more than 1 HV solar array. They're probably some of the best power we can get. But that processing time is not great. Because I don't think it's extracting it very slowly. It's not extracting it in stacks like I would want. Let me see here. If I put an electrical engine on that, what does the extraction speed go up to? Because if I can increase the extraction speed, we can make a couple of overclockers and we can speed up the rotary macerator. Because right now it's maxed out, but it can go quite a bit higher than what we actually have. I'm pretty sure we have an electrical engine. Do we not have a spare electrical engine? Or did I use it? I must have used it. I think I turned it in for a quest. Well, it's not terribly hard to make. Oh, it's right there in my inventory. Okay, so... Yeah, you need to be way faster. And we'll probably have to make a second one. So if I want to get you power, how do I get you power? How much are you extracting now? No, you're still extracting 1 item per thingy. Although it does look like it is actually faster. Because you can see that it's got a lot less downtime. And I think as the engine speeds up, because Buildcraft engines have essentially some lag time in them and what it takes for them to get going. Yeah, let's make more coal. It's faster. I mean, yeah, it's faster. That's about all I can say about it. The only way I can make it even faster than that is if I used a combustion engine, and I don't have a way to fuel it. The only way I could make the fuel... We're going to have to make the fluids soon, because biofuel is going... What do we need for the fluids? I'm assuming for the fluids... Where was that? I think it's not this one. Yeah, it's this one. Biomass is easy. Fuel is just going to take time. Biofuel... Yeah, that has to go for the still. That takes fucking forever. Which I think tells me we need to go into red power, because we're not going to be able to do this intelligently with Buildcraft pipes. They're just a little bit too stupid in this version. In later versions of Buildcraft, they made the iron pipe be able to insert into a machine, and then it continues on to the next machine. But it doesn't work that way in this version. I've tried it in my test world. So, and also I should probably chop down this tree. That's probably where the mobs are coming from. Yeah, this is actually a pretty impressive challenge. Plus, we still have to breed. You know what? Why don't we do a little bee breeding? If we can get the cultivated bee, I think that would be a good place to end it for the night. Yeah, skeleton shooting at me while I'm in bed, and can't apparently hit me. Alright, so if that's what we have to do, that's what we have to do. Let's throw the drones and princesses in here. So the way we get a cultivated bee, we have to basically crossbreed them. So you basically do that. Yeah, you basically do that. And we're going to have to get a jungle princess that is usable, which is a little easier said than done, but we might as well start the process now, so we're not completely going spare trying to get it. Alright, so yeah, this is going to just be... Yeah, we're going to need Buildcraft pipes to make this mess be viable. This is going to just suck. Alright. I don't know what the mutation chance is with the apiaries on this tier. And we're probably just going to have to clean that all out. Let me throw all this EMC in so I have more room in my inventory. Yeah, my boxes of crap are really becoming boxes of crap. Let's upgrade to diamond chests if we can. I think obsidian chest is the highest tier in this pack. Hold on, let me see our chest. Silver chest, yeah, we can now make that. There's the crystal chest, which just makes the items transparent. I think diamond is the... I don't think crystal chests are any bigger. But we can make some diamond upgrades, so we can make our storage cry less. And that feels like a giant win to me. Oh, it's the other way around. Bollocks. Alright, well that's one. More storage. Always a nice thing to have. I don't think the crystal chest is worth it, but maybe it is. I remember them being very laggy, although, like, we're single player, So it probably doesn't matter that much. But we can... Yeah. Alright. Well, now we have a lot more storage to play with. And we also can afford more apiaries, which I think is also something we should probably invest in if we are actually serious. Let's clear out the good old inventory of crap. Yeah, let's just dump it all on the table. Not the flint, because flint is really hard to get out of the table. And I'm not going to put the silver in, just on the offhand chance life gets sucky. So if we need apiaries, apiarist chest. You know what? I think we probably need to make... We need a way to power the centrifuge, and there aren't a lot of good ones. Let's see here. If I remember correctly from red doped wafers, we need the alloy furnace. How do we make the silicon wafers? Diamond handsaw, that's easy. Silicon boule. Let's make the alloy furnace from, let's see how slow it is, because I have that feeling I'm going to need, like, a lot of them. Alright, we just need bricks. Which, of course, means I have to figure out how to get bricks out of this table. Which are always a little bit of a challenge. Oh, there we go, bricks. Alright, well, that was actually easier than I thought it would be. Alright, you know, we'll just make a stack of the alloy furnaces, and we'll just kind of go from there. Alright. You know, we can take down the power flower, or the failed attempt of a power flower. And we'll just kind of set this up over here. Because we're going to need to be able to power the centrifuges, and we don't need a tremendous amount of power, but we do need a good, reliable source. I guess I could just tap it off the... No, I really think that we need to do one engine per thing. And biogas feels like it's the least fiddly way to do that. Alright, well, let's make... Wow, that we've almost filled up that entire Klein star. Alright, I think if I put flint in, it'll tell me... Yeah, that gives me something useful. So we need sand, and what else did we need for, like... Yeah, like, we need all these alloys, and we need a lot of them. We can't get the blue alloy, so maybe... I'm hoping we can get pneumatic pipes. So what is it? It's a, like... I think it's a deployer and a filter. I never remember how you do things. I've only, like, played with red power exactly once. If that... Like, I remember reading on it. So let me read up on how you actually do the thing with the pipes, because better automation would be, like, amazing. So it needs filters, transposers, sorting machines, and block breakers. Tubes can be separated by blah, blah, blah. So common setup. So this has got all the stuff about the video tutorial. So filters pull full stacks from containers. So transposers, transposers put it into the tubes, and filters is what sucks them back out. So if I want to go from item 1 to item 2. So filters, we just basically need a lot of silicon boules, which is coal and sand. All right, so let's grab... Well, I got coal. All right, so coal, sand, and screw it. I can run this off Blaze. That's slow. Like, it generates a lot, Yeah, the diamond saw isn't all that bad. The red doped ones is a lot of stuff. Alright. Fine, let's get cracking. One, two. And the dogs are howling. So we need the diamond handsaw. And then it's just sticks. And I think we've got sticks. Oh, we got a few sticks, but it's enough for what we need. Oh, of course, I only grabbed one iron. Do I have... Yeah, I got iron in there. Diamond saw. Take the boules. And then that gives me silicon wafers. So now what I need is a ton of redstone. Yeah, well, that's fine. Probably didn't need this many alloy furnaces, but meh. And grab some fuel. Charcoal, since it's cheap. Nope. And then you go in there. Yeah, and that's just gonna process. Yeah, that is not fast. How you guys doing? Alright, so you've finished. So we now need to take the Bealyzer, which I'm hoping is in one of these chests. Or it's in my inventory. Okay, that's fine. So what we have to do now is we have to analyze this. And it did not mutate. Did any of these forest meadows... Forest meadows. So it is a hybrid, but it didn't actually do the mutation. That one became a common drone. So let's see if we can get... That one was a common drone, and you are a common drone. So there's a chance if we breed these two, we'll get a common drone. So let's chuck those in. Did we get any more commons? Doesn't look like it. Nope. It must be a very low chance for it to happen. That one's got a common recessive. So what we'll do is we'll breed that one. That's a forest. Let's see if we got any better drones. Yeah, we kind of don't have the honey for this. All right, shortest life. You know what? I can throw the centrifuge on an electrical engine and get the honey. So, not a big deal. All right, so... Yeah, you didn't become anything useful. You became a forest hybrid, and you're a forest meadows. What did this princess become? Nothing useful. But you know what? If I breed these two, they... Let me see if any of these drones got the common trait. You became forest meadows, and you're a hybrid. All right, so let me chuck you in with the common drone. Let's see if we can get that to work. And then we'll throw the rest of these in the box. Or actually, no, we'll run these we'll run the cycle one more time. Welcome to bee breeding. Let's see if any of these are usable. Yeah, now I'm definitely going to have to go through... Ooh, that became a different species. That became... Lee... I don't know what that species is. Oh, that's interesting. Forest meadows. Forest meadows. I am out of honey. You know what? Why don't we try breeding that? Yeah, you know what? Why don't we see if we can get something interesting to happen with that? If we lose the mutation, we lose the mutation. It's not the one we're looking for anyway. All right. I need an electrical engine. Which is just tin and a piston. So grab a piston. Oh, that box ran out of cobblestone. Alright, I'm not gonna worry about that right now. Yeah, I think if we can get the cultivated bee, I think that's going to be the stopping point for the night. Because I am definitely starting to feel it. Of course, I only have the one piston. Oh, I need glass. Which, of course, I don't have. I don't think I have an easy way to pull it out of the table either. Try wheat. Which gives me clay balls, which gives me a furnace, which gives me stone. And then I'm just going to throw more cobble in there because reasons. Yeah, I'm definitely getting tired. That's a good thing. I mean, we're kind of getting to a good stopping point, but we can go a bit further. All right, now we just need the centrifuge. And we don't need all these electrolyzers anymore, so they can go bye-bye. Electrical engine. Oh, I need a way to power it with a redstone signal. Where can I put you that you'll be able to be powered by a redstone signal? You know what? Screw it, that works. And then throw honeycomb in. Okay, that is much faster than what it was before. Yeah, and that gives us the honey drops that we're going to need. So the other bee breeding project we're going to have to do, and this is going to be a really sucky one, because we're going to need more apiaries to make it happen. We have to get a jungle bee. I think once we get cultivated, it'll get easier because of the way the mutations in this game work. Jungle bees will not breed in this biome. We might also want to get wintry bees because they have the four times fertility trait, although that might actually be a bad thing, given that the bees don't stack. All right, how are you doing on this? Okay, so you're generating all that nice amount of stuff. Yeah, we're going to need another rotary macerator. That's going to be a project. And also, where's all my chicken? Here's my chicken. Yeah, we're going to need a lot more apiaries. So why don't we craft those up? We can afford them now compared to before. Yeah, it's just sturdy machine and tin gears. I don't know. I'm actually considering just calling it here. I'm sort of definitely... Hex drone, yeah. I love better drones too. I need to remember what we need to get the nether bees. I do kind of worry that using up that drone was kind of a bad idea. The one that got us that rare mutation. Because we look in here... Yeah, so you can basically see the mutations we have and have not unlocked. But I think because that there was a trait on there that I didn't recognize, which means it's a bee species. I think the bee species are different in this version from what I'm used to. I'm assuming the base ones are basically the same. But I haven't quite figured out... I'm assuming the explanation point means that something happened. Yeah, because like, oh, that one's a common drone. Yeah, that one's a half common drone. So the way you get common... The thing is that we might just get cultivated if we get lucky. Because we did froze some... we did froze some... like, one of these should be, yeah. Like, that's a forest common. So it might just jump right up to cultivated, but we have to get kind of lucky with the RNG for that to work. So while that's going, let's make some more apiaries. And we're just going to very slowly work on bee breeding in the background. Do I have tin? I do have these princesses, which I haven't looked at, but whatever. So sturdy machine, I have 4 on me. I have a little bit of tin on me. So I'll just grab some more tin. Do I have more stone gear somewhere? Like, because we're going to need a lot of apiaries. Or did I actually use up all my stone gears? I think I actually I had like 2 stacks of stone gears. I think I used them all up. Yeah, I probably did. Oh, well. That's a nice problem to have, actually. Make some wooden gears. Chuck them in there. And then we'll turn these into tin gears. We need some more bronze. Yeah, I am definitely tired. All right. See, I'm just worried that I'm going to shut the stream down and I'm not going to sleep. Because, you know, that's how insomnia works for me. It's not insomnia, it's like it's an actual sleep disorder. Like, I'm just trying to cope by thinking it's like, oh, this is a problem that normal people have. But no, I have a rare sleep disorder that has no fucking treatment. As told to me by multiple doctors. It wasn't just one specialist. Alright, that gives us another 6 apiaries. Which is a start. Alright, so I'll just put these down. Because we are going to have to automate these. And to automate them, we're going to need to do jungle bees. Okay, so these are about to finish their bee cycle. So let's see what we end up with. And if we get... Oh, we ended up with a common princess and a forest drone. So... If we got a purebred bee, which we may have, we got a common forest and a common forest. Less than ideal. Alright, hold on. Yeah, this... The fact that the bees don't stack makes this way more obnoxious than it normally will be. We need let's grab the honeycomb because we're going to need that for the BLI. So we have a common drone there. Common drone there. All right, let's see here. Common meadows, and that bee species I don't recognize. All right, so let's go get some more honey so I can keep looking at these. So that's a common forest, common meadows. Yeah, I think we want to breed those two together. Let's see if we can end up with a thingamajiggy. So that's a common as a recessive trait, and that's a common meadow. So let's put those two together. We have a common forest, and we have that hybrid. Yeah, let's get as many of these out as we can. We don't have like unlimited honey, but what we do have, yeah, that's useless. Useless, 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 potentially useful. So this drone, this one I'm going to set aside. Let's see here. Do we have any other in here that I care about? We have a Meadows common one, and do we not have another princess that has... Oh, damn, I used all my honey. All right, let's get rid of the junk ones because we're going to start drowning in bees real quick here. That's actually a pure Meadows drone. I'll hold on to that one. Meadows Forest. Yeah, we'll hold on to those two. So we have two drones there that are useful. Let me see what this princess has on that, or her. Cultivated bee would be the absolute best thing to get right now. It's just going to be a manual process because I can't automate it without the apiarist pipe. I'm not even sure I could do it with red power because I need to be able to read MBT data. And the apiarist pipe is the only one I think that would let me do that. Forestry stuff works pretty well with Buildcraft, unlike some other ones. Yeah, well, that was a completely generic, thing. All right, so I'm going to cross that with the common drone, and we'll see what we get out of it. So common drone. Yeah, I think we need to wait until I get the cultivated bee, because if I cross the cultivated, if I do common with the jungle bee with anyone else, it will mutate, and that is really no bueno. Yeah, so that's a pure drone. Do I have another princess in here? Yeah, I kind of want to leave that princess as is, so we'll just chuck these back in. Let's get a few more hives cooking. So let's grab some more meadow hives. See, I really enjoy bees because they don't require a lot. Like, once you understand how they work, they don't require a lot of thought, and I find them... Honestly, I do find them relaxing. A lot of people don't. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooh, that was a Valiant bee. I saw that. We can get Valiants. Okay, that is actually really, really important. We want a Valiant princess, and we want it badly. Okay, so let's just get these all in this chest. And I think I need to make the backpack. Alright, so let's get a forest and a pure meadows. Wait, that's a Valiant princess? Wait, if I got two Valiants... Hold on. Wait. Valiants are important because they have really good traits. That is a Valiant princess. Why is she that color, though? Long life, long life. Yeah, the reason you care about them is that they're nocturnal and cave. So that's... The problem with getting nether... Oh, there's no... Okay, this is actually a lot easier than I thought it would be. Because it's a void nether, there's no bedrock roof, so we don't actually care about the night. The nocturnal one is going to be useful for different reasons, but we definitely want to breed more valiance. So that's going in. That was a complete and total win. Yeah, you're just a regular forest, and you're a meadows. So let's see if we can get more crossbreeds going. And then just get some more. Let's just get some more drones from the box, or the ones that I just have lying on the floor. Yeah, see, half the trick to making bees work is you just basically need to do a lot of cycles. Some of the mutations are really sucky to do, but it isn't actually hard. Alright, so all those are going to go. Plus, we'll get the honeycombs that we need. Now, if we're lucky, we'll get the cultivated. This may even mutate to cultivated, which would be actually kind of amazing if we just basically got that right out of the box. Also, I should like fix that hole in my platform. Yeah, you know what? We're just going to do bees for a bit, because if we can stabilize the cultivated line, we also need a fair number of commons to. Basically, the way you start bees is you have to breed the previous generation with the next generation until you get the mutation. And we need to breed it all the way to Imperial and... I forget what the other one is. Like, that's the end of the basic bee tree. I don't remember how you get the Sinister Bee. I'm pretty sure you have to breed it in the Nether. Like, Forestry, Sinister Bee. It's a B-type add to Forestry. It will kill a player not wearing an Apiarist suit. So, yeah, we're going to want to do it. Requires hellish community and humidity, and it also requires netherwort, which we still don't have access to, but if we get the start of it... So it needs a modest bee and a cultivated bee in the nether, which means that we need a cultivated bee that can tolerate the nether temperatures, which is a little bit of an ask. I believe the end result of the Valiant line is a bee that can support those jungles. What does Valiant become? Like, it's literally a very long process to make this work. I think, yeah, it's Heroic Bee is the next one you get. Heroic. Yeah, it's all flowers to... Forget what Heroic actually does. It does generate cocoa beans, which I believe is the only way we can get cocoa beans. We need temperature tolerance. And I don't remember what... do we have the... I'm assuming we don't have the inoculator. No, we don't. We just have Bioluminescent peat. Alright, so this bee cycle is almost done. Oh, you don't have a flower. Oh, that flower must be out of range. Okay. Like I said, the thing with bees is that unlike a lot of... Like, I actually really enjoy them. Most people don't. Just reset you. Reset you. Oh, and there's no bee in that box. Yeah, I'll just throw another bee in there. Actually, we have a commons one here, so why don't we go for broke and see if we can get it. Because if we can get, like, 2 commons going, it would be kind of nice. And you can also see why I kind of wanted the Watch of Flowing Time for this. All right, let's get the honeycombs that we are getting because we're going to basically need it out the yin-yang. Automating this is going to suck. All right, and there's not a lot we can do with the beeswax right now. You can make fluid containers, which has absolutely no use for us because, like, resources are free. Okay, so that's all that. And at least we don't have to care about frames in this version. Let's see if we can get some more apiaries made. And we'll just start a... Yeah, we'll just build a second row of them. Because the biggest problem the biggest mistake I've seen with people doing bees is they don't make enough. So I just basically need some wood. And then we'll make some sticks. And then we turn that into gears. All right, 64. I probably don't need that many, but we'll just make as many as we can get. 12 there, so that's another 3 apiaries. All right, let me make some more tin because, yeah, we're just going to need it. Welcome to Bee Enterprises. Tin. Yeah, we'll just make 32 gears. We don't need that many. There we go. Now we're 7 apiaries. Apiaries are expensive, and I don't think you get all that much from bees in this version, like as compared to some of them. You know what? I'll put them on this side. Because that's kind of like how the platform is going. All right. Now let me sleep because we don't have bees that work in the night. Oh, we may have actually gone the common breeding line, which, if so, is amazing. What are you? You're common, common, and common. We have a stabilized common breeding line. Okay, so you go in there and you keep going. Oh, it looks like we actually have. Let's see what you are. You're common. I don't know what that bee is. I've never seen that mutation before. Apparently, common princesses make eggs. Are you kidding me? You're common meadows. I need more. Hold on. I need more honey to look at my bees. You have always this weird thing in forestry that at the start you never have enough honey, and then later you have way too much honey. So you're a common. If I get another drone that has that trait on it... Alright. Let's throw these in. I think I'm going to chuck that drone because I have what I need. Alright, so you didn't mutate. What did you become? Yeah, you're nothing special, nothing special, nothing special. So I'm just going to chuck you in with you, and we call you good. There's nothing in that apiary. You're about to finish your bee cycle, and these are still all going. That's cocoa combs. Oh, that's sugar. We didn't have access to sugar before, so that's nice. Valiant bees make a lot of bee products, so they're good for a couple of other reasons. The only thing is, I don't know if we get honey from centrifuging these. It's not a guaranteed chance to get the specialty product, but I mean, cocoa beans would be nice. But it looks like all we're getting is beeswax. That's a little depressing. Oh, cocoa beans. Yeah, that's the only way to get cocoa beans. I don't really care about cocoa beans because I don't think there's any actual use. And I don't think... Yeah, I guess cocoa frames don't give us honey, which is actually what we need the most of right now. So you're doing stuff. The cultivated bee also generates a crap ton of honey. I forget how high it is, but it's high. Like I said, we're going to start drowning in combs once we get the production line fully up and running. So what we want to do is that once this one finishes, we want to keep breeding up the drones, and then we want to use the drones with other princesses to try and get them to mutate, which I guess we'll be using the apiaries on this side for. I usually have like a production line and then a not production line. Yeah, I kind of want to see if we can get that other bee species, but we're going to have to get it to, you know, do that. So let's see, let's take a look. So what are you? You're a forest common. You're a forest meadows, you're useless. And you're a forest meadows. Alright, screw it. I will... if I can get another common... Yeah, you know what? We'll chuck a common drone on you. That should make it force mutate. It should finish the transformation. We get... Let's see what you are. I kind of want to... Alright, princess... Yeah, princess is useless. You're common forest. Yeah, you're kind of useless. And you are useless. I think all these drones are useless. So, let me take the princess. Forest meadows. Forest meadows. Yeah, so we'll just try again. And then these all go in the bin. And you see how, because of long life, it's just really slow to process. All right, so we got more honeycomb, more honeycomb. Yeah, see how much more honeycomb the common one is making than the other ones? Alright. I'm going to step away from chat for a moment, and then... Yeah, it's 3 o'clock. We'll do a few more beating cycles, and then I'm going to call it. I'm just going to step away while this runs. Yeah, the long... Yeah, because it's shorter life. Welcome to bees. Actually, if we have some common drones, we have a common drone. Let's see if we can get a cultivated one going. Like, maybe we'll get lucky. You're Meadows, so you're a pure Meadows princess. So, let's chuck you together, and let's see if we get lucky. And what else do we have in the box? We have this forest princess. Okay, that's a pure forest princess. You know what? I'm going to see if I can get that trait to go. It doesn't have a good chance with these bees. Meadows common. It does. Yeah, it doesn't have a good chance, but otherwise, yeah, because I don't want it to mutate. When you finish your cycle, I'll throw a common drone on that one, and we'll see what we end up with. I'm pretty sure that we could try doing the jungle bee. No, we do need cultivated, because otherwise it's going to mutate on me, and that's just going to suck. We're down to 9 viewers, although it's... I don't even know what time it is in the United States. Come on, finish your bee cycle. At least I can collect the combs, such as they are. Oh, you finished and you mutated. Alright, let's take a look and see what you are. So you're a forest. You're a forest common, and you're a forest common. Forest meadows, forest common. So if I want the best chance of getting you to mutate, I think I'll throw those two together and see what we get. Other way around, please. Oh, good, that finished. How much honey do I have in my beealizer? Okay, I have enough to look at all of you. You should be all pures. Yeah, you're all pures, because it's... Right now I want the drones. So you're going to make the drones. You're a pure forest princess, so we're going to mix you with a common bee. Do I have an air princess? No, but I can always crack open some more hives and get some. I think, yeah, these drones are useless. Into the void they go. Where's the ender pouches? Or, well, I don't even need the ender pouches. So let's crack open a few more forest hives. 3, 4. That's the second time I've slept in the bed and a skeleton just walks up and wrecks my night. Rude. Alright, so forest... Yeah, so we want to mix this one with a common drone. I guess I don't have any more common drones, so I guess these go in the box. You know, I'm going to breed that one with something it's not going to mutate with. Yeah, let me... Yeah, I'll mutate it with a forest one. Because there's a chance the trait will survive. I just don't want it to mutate. We'll see if we can get that trait to come out. Alright, so how are these going out? This is going to take some time. So now we have to wait for another bee cycle. While that's going, how's our coal dust production going? Okay, we've got a lot of coal dust. Still need more, but that should be enough for now. because when we go to make those solar panels, it's going to be a lot of crap. And actually, you know what? Why don't we make some stacks of rubber while we're at it? Yeah, let's make some stacks of rubber. Well, something mutated on this one. What did we end up with? Forest Meadows Princess, Meadows Common Bee, and a Forest. That's pretty useless. Alright, we'll just keep trying to mutate them. These are just about done with their cycle. That one's still going. This one is done. Forest Meadows, and I am out of honey. Do we have more combs? I'm assuming not. Oh, we have a few. Keeping the beealizer fed is like a full-time job when you're doing this at the beginning. Because we need 64 buckets of honey, and we'll probably end up burning some honey for power. It's not very useful, but what else am I supposed to do with it? Alright. Check the bees. So many bees. So much wow. This one is about to finish its cycle. And that apiary... Oh, this one just finished. What did we end up with? Oh, right, I need honey. Oh, I got 3 drops. That's something. So we ended up with a common forest, and a common. I think I want more common drones, to be honest, so I think... yeah, that one I'm doing my little breeding experiment in. I'm just going to move this one to a different hive. Yeah, I'll put those 2 in there. And we'll stick you in there. And we'll see what we end up with. So I think the rest of these are... Yeah, I think that's junk. Because once we get more common drones, we can start making the push to try and get... I'm probably going to end up voiding princesses, which I feel bad about. Like, you never want to do that in regular bees. We are getting silky combs from that. Silky combs give us... That's a source of... propolis. That's what we need the jungle bees for. That's normally where you get them, but I guess... Whatever the hybrid type is, that must be what they generate, which would actually be a really nice way to not have to genetically engineer. I got an egg from that. Okay, fine. I'll teach it what an egg is. That means I can now make a cake because of bees, but I don't know why the bees are laying eggs. Yeah, we're coming up on the 5-hour mark. I think... Let's see if we can get cultivated, and then we'll call it good. We should be pretty close after the next breeding cycle. Basically, any pures I get... Any hybrids I get that are not useful, I'm going to avoid. The rest, I'm just going to start doing over and over, because like I said, if... Cultivated is probably the single most useful bee that we get at the beginning, because they have a high production stat, so they just spit out honey like crazy. And let me grab what honeycombs I can. I don't think the silky comb gives us anything useful, because we don't need... Oh, you're done. So what did you end up as? You ended up as Forest Meadows. Great. And we ended up with 12 more honeydew. So you're a common. I think all these drones are basically useless at this point. Yeah, I think I'm just going to start throwing some of them into the void. Yeah, you know what? I think that's exactly what I'm going to do. Because we're, like I said, we're kind of... Unless I want to just get more commons, I don't know why that's useful. It feels like it should be useful. So forest... The thing is that now that I've got a source of common drones from the 2 common pure lines I have, I should get net 4 drones per cycle, which means I can start converting other bees over. So you know what? The princess is going to go in the box. Yeah, princess is going to go in the box. Let me see if we got anything interesting on any of these. Forest common, forest meadows, forest meadows. I was hoping we could find that other trait. Maybe it's a trait with breeding with commons. But yeah, most of those look useless. So you're a forest drone, you're a forest drone. And I think, yeah, I think we just toss the rest. Because these hybrids we just don't care about. Alright, so that's going to finish. That's still got some time. Oh, you finished. So what are you? You're a common meadows. And you're a common meadows. And you're a meadows common. Yeah, you know what? I think I want to breed you with a pure, yeah, a pure drone. Or a pure meadows drone if I have one. I should have one. Yeah, there we go. And hopefully that causes the mutation. What did we get here? Meadows, meadows. Oh, we got another one of those, that trait that I can't seem to figure out how to get. So let's hold on to that one, because that might actually be useful. The meadows drone can go away. The hybrid we don't care about. Princess can go in there, and that drone can get voided. What else we got in some of these? So you have a honeycomb and an egg for me. And we are out of honey. Alright, we have a bunch of commons now. I need to centrifuge all this honey so I can see what you are. Like, we've already gone through like a stack of honey. Okay, so you're a forest common. We don't care about you. Don't care about you. Don't care about you. And we don't care about you. All these go away. We'll keep the princess. We'll breed it. You know what? We'll breed these two together and see what we end up with. I don't think it's going to be anything interesting, but you never know. And that gives us common drones. It only gave us 2, though. Oh, it must have lost the 3x fertility trait, which is unfortunate. It's still enough for us to do what we need to do. Let me just take a little look with the Bealizer. No, I can't look at the Bealizer because I don't have honey. There we go, honey. Yeah, that's a 2x fertility. Would that be actually degraded? Well, degraded is the wrong term. Do we have more common drones? I'm assuming not. Well, we have some in here. Let's see what we actually have, because I really would like 3x fertility if I can get it. So that's a 3x commons, and It's free X on the recessive and the... Alright. You're a junk drone. And you are a junk drone. What about you? What are you? You've got... Yeah, so it's losing... It's losing the 3X trait, but you've got it... And you've got it as a recessive. You've got it as a recessive. So why don't we see if we can get a common drone with 3X on it? Because you're not a purebred, so I don't want to try and mutate with you. You're a purebred common princess. So this one I want to breed with a drone of some sort. Forest drone. Yeah, that's what I... Yeah, that works for me. Alright. We need more honey. Oh, wow, we only got 8 drops from that. Alright. We're basically just getting as much honeycomb as we can. What did we get out of this? We got another silky comb. You're a common forest. Common. So yeah, we basically got crap on that one. We'll run you through another cycle. You're about to finish your bee cycle. And you're a common forest. Did I put the common bees in the wrong place? I think I put the common bees in the wrong place because I meant to breed another cycle with them. All right, let's see what we got in you. Oh, a common with 3X, 2X, and a 2X. So you two I think I want to breed together to make... See if we can get 3X common drones, which would be ideal. And then these common drones I want to mix... Yeah. So, and then we have this hybrid. We'll mix that with a forest one. We'll see what we end up with. And then these I want to put with pure princesses. Yeah, these are all pure. I think the forest one is actually... The meadows one is actually better because I think that's a 3X fertility versus 2X. But I honestly can't be asked to tell. When they mutate, they get new traits, so it doesn't really matter that much. So you two go in there. You two go in there. You two finish, so I'm just going to run your cycle again. Because I want a nice supply of Valiant drones for breeding. And you two go in there. And then let's... Hopefully we'll get some cultivated bees out of this. We should be pretty close to getting it because we're doing quite a few mutations now. And I don't have the honeycomb to analyze that. Alright, so we got another 10 honeycomb and some silky combs. So it's funny how, like, after ages of not working, I'm now, like, slowly drowning in passive mobs that are slowly beginning to overrun my island. Yeah, it's 3:30. I'm just cracked the 5-hour mark. I really want the cultivated bee to be cultivated. Because that's probably going to be... I feel like honey drops are going... We're going to need so much flipping honey for that 64 buckets. Like, that's an obscene amount of honey. For what we are doing. And we need it in well, like I said, we need to get the refractory wax. Oh god, we're going to need a lot of refractory wax because you get 2 capsules per free wax. So we're going to need pretty much an entire breeding line of the infernal bees, and we're going to need them to be good bees because of the amount of wax we're going to have to dump in them. Oh, that's going to be a process. That's going to be a legitimately painful process. Alright. At least we're getting a good amount of honey on this one. So that's a forest common, and that's a forest princess. Come on, let's see here. Yeah, I think that drone is trash. I don't think it's worth using. And you're an unknown genome. You're a forest. What are you? Yeah, you're garbage. That drone's garbage. Let's see what else we got from the Bees of Magic. Let's see, did we get cultivated on any of these? No. Although you're a 3x common, so... Yeah, that isn't. So you're a 3x common. What did we get here? Oh, and we got a 3x common on that one. So we did actually get it on a bee. Yeah, you're a common, and you're a common. So these two we actually want to breed, because that's a 3x trait, and that means they are actually superior. The rest of these I don't think I care about. Yeah, I think I can toss the drones. I don't think I care about them. Half of making bees manageable is staying on top of the trash. This one's about to finish. And it gave us another 5 honeycomb. So we just gotta wait for the bee tick to finish. Alright, our honeycomb production is definitely getting better. How are you guys doing over here? Because we're basically going to want to have to breed the Valiant line, and it looks like I have to mix that with a Heroic Bee. Meadows Princess, Common. Did we... Okay, so you lost your mutation, you're a Meadows Common, and you're Meadows. Well, that's garbage. That was a complete failure of bee breeding. Welcome to the RNG aspect of bee breeding, because you have to get the traits to basically roll the way you want them to. That one's about done. That one... Alright, I'm happy about the amount of honey we're getting. And then I don't care about those cocoa combs. I mean, I guess they're EMC, but who cares? Alright, 28 honeycombs. Let's throw these in here. I don't think there's any other use for beeswax. Like, even in base forestry, beeswax is pretty useless. It also can't hold hot liquids, so that makes it, like, that much worse. Yeah, I believe it takes about 5 minutes per cycle for these to run. That one is almost done. Let's just see what's on this drone. This is a common... Yeah, that isn't useful. Alright, nothing to do but wait right now. They all churn away. Because once we get the drones, we begin party time. But, like I said, this is only a 2x. And... I'll check these. Yeah, Meadows. So, Meadows Princess, Meadows Worker. Yeah, that box is going to be overflowing in, like, 3 minutes. It really is astounding how much honey you go through doing this. Okay, this one's done. Did I get anything useful? I got another Leproni. I wonder if that's the cultivated one. Ooh, I did actually get 2 of them. You know what? That's worth breeding so we can see what that species actually is. Did any of these other ones finish? Not yet, and it's night now. Do get more honeycombs. How are all you doing? That one's about to finish. You still got a while, and that one's about to finish. And what was on this? Oh, that one has, that also has the Leporine breed on it, which doesn't tell me anything about it. Oh, and this version doesn't have the flavor text on it, which would be nice. I have no idea what that line is. I mean, it's possible that cultivated bees work differently in this one, or maybe that is the cultivated bees trait. Who knows? We're kind of going in blind on this one because forestry has changed a lot from modern versions. I just know, roughly speaking, what I need to breed. All right, let's see what you are. You're a common forest. You're a common forest. And you're a common forest. Well, that was junk. All right, we'll just run these through again and see what we end up with. Let's get rid of the drones we don't care about. Yeah, apparently, well, I think I started breeding an hour ago, and I feel like my viewer count went. Well, like I said, we're still waiting for all that coal dust to process to get the HV panels. And that's going to be a lot of coal dust. And we're probably also going to have to just make another... oh, okay, we got something here. They all came out common. Common, 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 common with a 3x and a 3x. Okay. So, yeah, we want to breed these. This one I want to save. And this one I want to mix with a forest princess and see what we... like a pure forest princess. So, yeah. Like that, and then that goes. So you're full, you're still full. You just finished, and you also gave me some honeycomb. Ooh, we have a lot of honey. Forest common, junk, junk, junk. Yeah, that was just complete junk, that one. Yeah, that was just complete junk. I can mix it with a Meadows drone, though, and we can see if we can at least make it another pure, common. Oh, we got a cultivated. We got a cultivated bee. Cool. So that one does actually work as advertised. All right, hold on. Let's see what we got so we can figure out what we can breed with. So you're a common forest. You're a cultivated common. So that's, yeah, fast worker, shorter life. You're a forest common. And you're a forest common. So we got it. We got the mutation once. How do I want to breed this? Because I want the cultivated trait to come out. I think I want to... Yeah, I think I want to do that with a pure princess. Because it gives us the best chance. Let me make sure this is a pure one. Yeah, it is. So let's see if we can get the cultivated... Yeah, the problem with cultivated is it's only a 2x fertility, but yeah, I think we're going to try and get that. All right. Because then there's a chance that the common mutates for... Basically what happens is it rolls a pivot square for all the traits, and then a chance for mutation is applied. So what's on this common drone? Yeah, you're junk. So that was junk, junk, and junk. Yeah, that was basically all junk. All right, let's see if we can just let's see if we can just isolate those lines. This one finished. I think I want to get rid of those drones. Forest common. Forest common. Alright, common princess, what are you? You do not inspire joy, from what I'm seeing. You are 3x1. Are you a 3x? No. You're a forest common. It might be worth breeding with this. I'm just worried. I want to see if we can get that trait to come out again. It looks like it's a very rare chance to get it. So, yeah, I'll breed these two together. And we'll see how that comes out. Ooh, we got more here. And this is looking like it's all... Oh, no, there's a cultivated common. Did we get another... Yeah, so we have a cultivated common on that one. So, yeah, actually, that's a good breeding match. There is a chance... Yeah, we'll try matching those. Maybe I should be doing is I should be setting aside the ones that get the cultivated trait until I get 2, so it's got a better chance. Maybe I should do that going forward. Let's see what else we got from the goodie bank of stuff. You're garbage. Yeah, so let's chuck you, because these are garbage. Yeah, these are all garbage. You're a pure meadows drone. I'll keep you. I don't know why I'm keeping you. I have literally stacks and stacks of them. Okay, so let's see what we've got in this goodie bag. You're a forest. You're a common cultivated. Oh, I should have saved that princess. You're a common. Because that drone, if I had mixed it with that princess, it would have been a good thing. And you're forest. Alright, I'm going to hold on to that drone. And I will mix those two. And we'll see what we get. And the rest we can toss. And hopefully we're getting some honey somewhere, because we're completely out again. Oh, you finished, but I don't have a way to look at you. And you also finished. Oh, I hate that I enjoy bee breeding so much. It's like, I'm pretty sure a lot of people don't find bee breeding interesting. What can I use beeswax for? I can use it for torches, and I can use it for waterproofing pipes. So that, I guess that is a use. Actually, that is an important use, because I just realized the way you normally get that is from cactus, and I don't have cactus, so now I have the ability to make fluid pipes, which is nice. I didn't have that before. A lot of bees. All right, I want to check those and see what we have. Yeah, I'm getting to the point where I should shut the stream down now. Nope, don't go to the apiary. I want to see what you are. You're a meadows common. And you're a meadows common. You're a common cultivated. So I have 2 common cultivated drones. If I can get that on a princess, that would be ideal. And I'm still hoping to get another leproni. I don't know what that is. The meadows drone can go away. The common can go away. I'll breed you with the common meadows. And we'll see what we end up with. So So we have 2 common cultivated ones, and that one has fast worker, which is actually really nice to have. The meadow drone is useless. And this one I want to hold on to. Thank you, Jingle Jess. I am going to do more Linux stuff in the future. I have no motivation to, and after, you know, moving and doing so much crap, it was like, ooh, that became a mutation. That's a new drone. And it glows. Ooh, and it's a pure. That's a pure. That means I have a very good chance of actually getting it. What do you produce? You produce silky combs. You don't have any useful traits. But silky combs are actually really flipping useful. So, yeah, I'm just going to breed those 2 together. And hopefully we get a stable line. It's got a 3/4 chance of working. Okay, so we've got a bunch of bee species. What else are we waiting for? We've got a bunch of empty aviaries. What are you? I'm out of honey again. Oh, that was really exciting. I actually got what I was looking for. And if I can stabilize the line, I don't have to hold on to the other ones. All right, let's grab all that. Bee juice goes in the beealizer. Useless. Useless. Mostly useless. I don't think there's a reason to hold on to that if that bee breeding works. So I have 75% chance for it to stabilize the line. So I think I'm just going to breed the meadows and the common, and we'll see what we end up with. That meadows common drone can go away. And the rest of these we hold on to. Alright, what are you? You're forest common, common. So you 2 I will breed because I could use another common. And you made a whole bunch of something. Are you anything useful? Common meadows, and common meadows. That's junk. Although it might be worth rolling the cultivateds with them. No, I'm going to wait until I get a princess that has a cultivated on it before I use those. Because those will give me a 50% chance of actually getting the damn cultivated bee. So, yeah, so these commons are... I mean, I could run them with pure princesses and we'll see what we get up. I mean, I might as well. I don't have anything else to do with them. I have empty hives. Let's see what that does. So now all of these are now running. Oh, that one just finished. And we ended up with common, and common. Although we did get a recessive 3x trait. I'm wondering if it's worth putting the cultivated on for the 75% chance, for the 25% chance. I'm thinking maybe. Yeah, why not? Because it's a 75% chance. That's still going. Oh, this one's done. And when you get... Oh, no, that's the wrong machine. Oh, you're just a forest meadow, so you're garbage. You're also garbage. You're pure. And you're pure. Did I have another one that was an unknown? Yeah, you're an unknown. Wow, that was just pure garbage on that one. Alright, I'll throw a... Yeah, I'll throw a common drone on you. Oh, cultivated princess, cultivated drone. That that may be it. That may be the money shot right there. Let's see if we have it. Because if the line is pure, we are in business. The princess is cultivated forest. And the drone is cultivated. So we have a 75% chance of getting the line to purify. And I'm assuming that these are then forest. Yeah, okay. That's amazing. That's big. You two are going in there. That can chill in there. Oh, that is big. That is actually really big. So assuming that comes out cultivated. What were your traits? You lost the fastest worker trait, which is a little unfortunate. Yeah, it should have come out fast worker. So this is actually not a great cultivated bee. I need to get I gotta do the mutation again because I want the fast worker. But just having the species tag in and of itself is useful. Because worker determines worker determines how quickly they make bee products. And if we care about refractory wax, which is what we're going to care about. Yeah, these are junk. Lifespan shortest, speed. Yeah, see how the speed trait ended up over there as fast? That was part of the hybrid stuff. I'm going to hold on to that one because that's a fast worker. We might be able to cultivate that trait. And I'm pretty sure we got nothing but junk here. Junk. Alright, I'm going to breed this one with the fast worker. Because fast worker we actually care about. Like, it's one of those traits that we actually do care about. Oh, you finished. Forest common, but you ended up with a 3x. And you ended up with a 3x. Which one of these do I breed together? I think I breed you with this, and I rolled a 50% chance for the free XBs. Yeah, and then we'll check the rest. Yeah, I'm still kind of annoyed that we lost the fast worker trait on the cultivated. That's also going to take a long time for it to tick down. Yeah, it's slowest worker. So hopefully it gets better. If not, I'm going to have to breed another cultivated bee to try and save it. This one finished. What did you end up as? Garbage. 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 You know what? I'll breed it with the cultivated. The cultivated, does this drone have the fast? It has the shortest worker life, which would actually be, yeah, you have shortest and fast. And you have shorter. So this drone is actually kind of valuable if I can find something good to breed it with. The rest of this is what they call hot garbage. Yeah, all right. I'll mix these two together and we'll see what we end up with. See, that's kind of my concern, is that we need the good... Also, I'm curious to see what this will come out as. Hopefully, it has a 75% chance to give us the species trait. Normally, in newer versions of forestry, you can use a bee house to basically breed in the specific traits you want. It's not a fast or easy process, but you can do it. But this was the line that I don't know what it is. It's the hybrid, and we got a pure drone when the last breeding cycle went. You have honey. Honey. Oh, you finished. Do you have any traits I care about? You're meadows. Yeah, you're just hot garbage. And I don't even have drones to look at, so I'm just going to chuck it in and hope for the best. Yeah, I'm just going to chuck it. I'm just going to send it. Alright. 4 minutes, and then I'm going to call it. I want to just see if we get the 2 species I care about. It did not purify the line. Oh, that is actually concerning. The fact that the bee glows makes me think I got something rare. But we'll see. So what did we end up with? We ended up with 50%, and we ended up with a pure. So it just wasn't, yeah, it just wasn't good. We just didn't, we got what we put in is what we got. So we just need to stick them back into the hive and try again. Cultivated is still going. I'll hold on to that one until we get the purification. And those other 2 drones look like they're junk. Welcome to the inventory hell that are bees, although we are... Oh, that one finished. I have exactly 1 drop of honey to my name. So hopefully the centrifuge has spit out some more. Not really, but whatever. Pretty sure that that's just going to be garbage. Common forest. Common with 3x. Okay, that's actually useful. What was your fertility? Alright, we want to breed these 2. Let's see if we can get the 3x on a different bee. Alright, 11... Oh, and this one finished. Common cultivated with 3x. And it's got the fast worker trait. Didn't I have one with the fast worker trait? I think I sent it. And I probably shouldn't have. Cultivated and fast on that one. That one became a forest, and you became just a common. So, shortest and fast are the traits we care about. And you have fast and shorter. So we would love shortest. I don't know if we can get it. But yeah, I think these 2 bees are our best bet. I suspect I'm going to be bee breeding for quite a while. This is... I feel like the mechanics have changed just based off what I'm used to doing with forestry. I did end up with a cultivated. That's like hot garbage. That one finished and it also spat out garbage. That was a cultivated. So let's take a look and see what that was. Common cultivated, common. Yeah, so we ended up with a meadows common, which is interesting that that's how that played out, but okay. All right. So we didn't stabilize the cultivated, even though it was a 75% chance. What did we end up with? I'm assuming no. That one's a cultivated drone. And a common with 3x fertility. That sucks. We didn't get it. In fact, I think we rolled really badly and lost the trait almost entirely. What's on this drone? We could end up with the 3x. Yeah, I'm thinking... Yeah, I think I want to breed these two because it won't mutate and we might get better traits to propagate, which is kind of what we are after right now. I'm pretty sure I had another cultivated going over here. I think it was this one. Okay. No, you're a forest common. Alright. Oh, there we go. Cultivated, cultivated, cultivated. How much honey do I have? I have 7 honey in the thingy. Let me see. Let me put away the common drones, because maybe I'll find a use for them. Let me look at this one. You're just a regular common drone. So common drone. I'll put these hybrids down here. On the offhand chance we need them. Let's see if these cultivateds are any good. I don't think they're going to be good, but they are cultivateds. Also, why can't I click? So we got shortest and fast worker on this one. We have a 2x fertility. Shorter and fastest, so that would be ideal. What do we get on this one? Shorter and fastest. So we did stabilize the species, but we haven't gotten the fast worker trait. But we'll mix these two, and we'll hold on to the drone and see what comes out of it. But I did want to stabilize the line, so I think that's our call to end it. So this is your host, End Commander, signing out, wishing you all a pleasant day. Thank you for hanging out with me during a late and rough night. I'll talk to you all later. Bye-bye.